here up my ship.
Hello again, my lord. There it.
My role in all of this is insignificant. Split. Your arrival brings me joy. The true natural order. Regard. Wonderful. When the moment comes, plant us within the king's breast. Let him finally thank you.
Looks like confused. What do I do? I open the door here. Okay. Have to interact with the bed. Do you want to leave? Okay. I'm confused. What am I? Rest? I doubt they have to rest here. Okay, some loot. I haven't checked some loot here. What does this do? Decreases incoming healing. That's kind of fucking shit. It's kind of good. Reduce. Oh, is this a boss fight? That's a queen. Oh my. Okay. I think I know what to do. Give me this. Shit. She just deflects it. Oh, that's crazy. She just fucking deflects the bow. What am I supposed to do? Interesting. Yeah, well, since we can't use that. Kind of insane. A little bit of I don't have health potions either. Fuck me. A little tough. Far back am I being pushed back? Okay. I don't know why that hit me. Why? Okay. Interesting boss. Interesting boss. Why is she doing so much damage?
so cruelly? Why did you refuse to simply bow? You could have served me for eternity. Wouldn't that have been beautiful?
Fuck you. I had an item where I could use this. I don't know how it works. Okay.
Gone. Oh, how I wish we'd had one more once, and now, and all I away. Fear not, and now the king. Now, what we will be full of sickness, and this the reason you made your.
Is that a good choice? I don't know. I just did quests.
The kingdom no longer belongs.
Based. Communism, let's go. Okay, where the fuck do I do now? Oh, I did this one. Okay, what is this? Spell power? Okay. What is the sword? Increases vision per missing mana point. Is it a... It's a two-hander. And I can use it. It's a two-hander and I can use it. I wonder.
The kingdom.
Was this one of the harder ones? Mount Mordor. Can I get back here? Yeah, I can. Let's go. Okay, but where do I go? Just back here? I don't notice these stairs. Okay, hold on. That has to be a secret. There's no secret? No? There is a secret. Copper arrows. Another shopping center. Nice. Good cost. So that's how you get blue. Interesting. over here? What the fuck? I'm going back this way. I need to level up. I have a lot of levels. Good thing about monsters is the only thing that heal up on this game are things that would consider healing up. Like fucking people. They would just chug a potion once they reset. But fucking mobs don't. I can get to talk to King Arthur. Let's go. Okay, hold on. Proctat. What is this? This gives me great armor. This probably the best option. If your armor is additional, that's kind of insane. People watching and not saying anything. A little sus. A little sus, go. Alright, hold on. 3 attribute points. Put them all in endurance because that's what we need for the fucking armor.
Like many things in our life, sometimes unnervingly so.
This man has a sexy voice.
As you can imagine, we didn't always see eye to eye.
Oh my god, he sounds like
That led
Pirate
to
Software
some-
after he mods his voice.
I couldn't. The temple. I just.
Okay.
Sometimes it's necessary. In times, call it what you like.
I want to identify. Mana potion. Fucking dog shit. Big bonk. Power shot that does 50%. I kinda like that. Thanks, miss. Fuck. Can I talk to him again? I can't. Fuck, what did it say I can? Anyway, cook. Let's fucking... First, okay, recipes. let's do this. Bye, King Arthur. Okay. Let's see. Fast travel. Where's the next thing I have to go to? This? Oh, that's the first one. Hold on. Quests. Fast travel. To go there? That's really far. I like the sword. I wonder if it counts. Now hold on. Some mana points. So I wonder if I take my max mana down, which summons would count. No, I already thought of that. Oh, there's a teleport thing here. Okay, so it's not a different continent thing. Different map. It's a fucking dungeon. The first one was so easy, the second one took so long. Damn, running up that map got me to 80 degrees on my speed, what the fuck? Now it's back to 60. Like, you don't really need as much.
My voice. Find my voice. They have it. Twisted it. And now speak in my name. But their words are not mine. Find my body. Once standing, now rotting in endless torment. Free it. End this agony.
Is this sexist? Looting a dead woman? Hold on. Can I wear anything yet? Increases advantage when doing. Okay, no, it's kind of shit. 4 armor. It's also shit. It's all fucking shit. What is this? 3 armor. Increase the max mana. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, these are good health potions. I can only craft 2 of these? Fuck me. Man, I need to collect what sage? Sage. I need so much more sage. How do you get sage? Wait to jump here. killed one of my boys. Did he though? Three of these fucks, they're so hard to kill. Can I open this? Go. Why did it just take that?
That's not how it's meant to be. The All-Mother holds in prayer. You will find greater wisdom than in all the scrolls and books.
Told me to take her voice back from you. Who are you? Do you have a name?
An offering upon... Okay, but what are you? I wonder.
I'm not talking about any drama slop Tash. Fuck up. I'm talking about, if you want to ask about politics, sure.
Ah, if this... Her voice shall... The gun...
Okay. The fallen knight will lingers in defiance. Where the fuck? Wait. What fallen knight? Ooh, chest. Okay, okay. Night in defiance. Can I fall down here? The world is going to shit. I'm starting not to care about. Yeah, fair. That is absolutely fair. The world is like absolutely fucked. Where is this fucking knight that it's talking about? Where the fuck I am? Okay. Oh, hello. Yo, can you guys like come here? Where are they? Oh my god, you guys are. At least it doesn't heal. Yeah, where the fuck are my minions? They're stuck somewhere. I don't know where I came from. Can they not teleport to me? As far as I'm aware, they can. Oh, hey. Look who showed up. It has a fucking sword? What is this? That does a shit ton of damage. Why is that doing so much damage? 53, 51 to 58. This does a shit ton of damage too. Okay, now you show up. Where's the rest? Where do I have to go? Up? Hold on. Does this kill me? No, let's go. Can I make this jump? I think I can. Let's go. This game is called Fall of Avalon? Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon. Okay, but I don't know how to get up there. Okay, so it's not through here. This seems to be very oddly placed. Can I get up here? Do I jump down? Oh, maybe jump down. I've not been here. What the fuck happened? That shit's moving. Okay. I went that way last time. Maybe I need to go this way? Fucking asshole. Okay. I dodged off the edge. That hurted. What is this? Okay, she got smacked. Yeah, it's a coincidence that are all women, I swear. I swear it's a coincidence that they're all women. Okay, I need to like de-summon you fucks. Fucking using up my mana bar for no reason. Get some food. Listen, women attacked me first, so I'm attacking them back with a bigger, better sword. That's cabbage. Listen, all I gotta say is this fortress is filled with women and all the loot is food. Like literally food to make food. I can't say that in the load record. Not anymore. Okay, that's the knight. Oh, whoa. Is she the knight? Damn, she looks sick. Okay. Go fight her. I'm a summoner for a reason. Fuck her up, guys. Can't move now. Hold on. What items do I want to? Fuck. I'm 10 kg above the fucking board. Oh, they're both two-handed? Why the fuck are they both two? Poison and bleed. Chill and burn. Oh my god. How the fuck do you two-hand two? Listen, the lady had cool clothes. I need to take them. I need to throw away this weapon. This. I already have this. This kind of shit. Alright, bye Lila. Lilac. Lilic. We spent 20 max mana. Interesting.
What happened? Forgive me. I did.
It's kind of annoying she has two-handed swords. I can't use both.
If you face her, fight. I am.
Bye. Okay.
And now, in the ruins of the temple sanctum, find my sight. It has always been, and always will be, all-seeing. It watches you, even now.
Nice. Oh my god, it's already 10 p.m. And again. Okay. Where the fuck am I? Oh shit. So much more damage. This sword is so cool because it shoots like a fucking mana beam or a mana slash. Killed everything. Iron, or stone, iron. Did I move? So. Hold on. Can I? Can't fucking make any more potions. Food. Yeah, it is. Can't tell it to stay here because I don't want it to. He got me with this stupid laser last second. I fucking hate the laser cunts. Like, you're supposed to not kill me with a laser from close range. I have to pick up all the fucking shit again. Because I need to get all the food. Okay, hold on. Go, you fuckheads. Where are you? See, like, why are they just, like, stuck permanently somewhere? Oh, shit. Yeah, no, I fucking hate these guys. Their laser does way too much damage. Okay, hold on. About fucking time, dipshits. I'll go here. What the fuck hit me? This game is sometimes such bullshit. I think the other one was shooting on one of my summons and it fucking hit me. God damn it. Oh my, nah. Okay. Yo, these summons? Fuck you. Fuck you. What the fuck? Go in front of me. Okay, fuck these guys. Damn. Okay. We survived that shit. Let's go, baby. Summons do make this game playable. This game is a little too hard. Okay, there's this area. Then there's this. What is? Yeah, this is the boss. Oh my god, you run. These guys don't want to get fired. They're running after me now. They gave me potions that they fucking drink all the fucking time. Come on, where are you fuckers? Go. What is this? Is it a shield? It's a shield. Each blocked hit increases the hero's melee damage 5%. Effect resets after 15 seconds of not blocking any damage. It's 5% each. What's the max? There's no max? It just increases by 5% every time? It's kind of insane. I think I like this. This is also really good. This applies bleeds to attacker. Oh, this is where okay.
Set of eyes. And how hateful they are. Would you close them for me, please? I dislike seeing what they see. She's you. You cannot. Yet all I might the mother. When you arrived, I do not know why I expected I've seen into your tape. You are a blight, alas. Wise to say. There are so many. Too many. What are you? It's as though you shoulder entire lifetimes of sin. You are an abomination. You cannot.
Okay, I'm guessing this is. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. They just kind of corner banged him. Okay, now let's see. This oracle. No, let's. This armor is not heavy at all, actually. This is wait, 1,000. Where do I sell these? I can wear this? Can I wear all the other personal shit? I'm gonna look so fucking goofy. Oh god. Okay. I can like drop some fucking night stuff. This is 3.8. It's super easy to get the night armor. This I don't know how to get again, so I'm not gonna drop it. Ooh, it's pretty good. Fucking bitch. That was a bait and a half. The old mother.
You're here. I felt your steps through this. Are you? I am a mother. I carry the grief with. I have walked. No more. They will believe. You have already freed me. You and my voice. I lingered only. As for the others, farewell.
Dude, I need to check Elden Ring. Wait, what? Okay. Does this take me out? I need to get a tuna sandwich soon. Holy fuck, everyone is in the voice chats, huh? That's smart. Where am I here? Wait, hold on. What is that guy? Oh. The boss.
Your gold belongs to us now. Did that hurt? Good. Did that hurt? Good. What a whip!
A blood seeker. What is that? Blades. Ooh, I just need one. Looks up to 100% more damage based on enemies missing health. That is insane. What the fuck? I mean, if you pair this up with... This is like an old sword, but like... the fucking issue is here. Heavy attacks cost 20 additional mana and should appear on dealing 100%, 150% weapon damage to all enemies hit. my weapon damage just is so much that it just fucks in, like, fucking deletes the dude. Okay, I can't use this. Is there a way to dual wield two-handed swords? I highly fucking doubt that. Interesting. Okay, so I killed that guy. And I need just one strength to use this weapon. And I'll do some significant damage. Okay, I still don't know where I am here. Am I in that dimension still? Oh my god, that fucking scared. I'm so glad I can one-shot them. It scared the fuck out of me. Fuck it up. Yeah, this just deletes them now. Okay, but where do I go now? Where the fuck? It doesn't show. Hold on. Can I? Yeah, I can't. I'm still in a fucking weird dimension thing. I need to get up there on the bridge. Where the fuck? Can I call a horse here? Nope. Still in a dimension now. Armor, let's throw away this and then it's kind of cool. Oh, all these armors like are like based on blood stacks. What do you mean I have 40 left? I have 60. Oh, theft, not left. Oh, fuck it, I can't read. Why can't they attack that person?
Oh, how long this temp? Now, but still, you. Of course, there are.
So I freed him? Okay. I'm guessing I'm just killing this one. Good job. Okay, what is this? How critical hits make your targets bleed. That is kind of sick. Wait, hold on. What is this? Okay. This shit. This is just like a better version of that. Okay. We go up there. Confession of Celine. Probably not that way. Not that way either. Nope, so it's not this way. Don't know where the fuck I need to go. Downstairs? Oh no. Down here and then I go. What? No, no. Where the fuck do I need to go? Here? I'm so confused. Can't you just let me fucking teleport out of here, you stupid fucking game? Not here either. Can I go here? Nope. It wants me to go there. Is there like an exit there somewhere? I can't fucking look at a map because this game's fucking annoying. I have to go that way, it looks like. Okay. There's this here. Okay, I remember this. Can I sneak through here? Okay, sure, I can. Can I go into the water? Okay. Sick. climb a tree is bullshit. There has to be a way to get back up here. No shot to make it so you can't get up here. Okay. Motherfucker, let me up this already. Okay. Sure, that works. Cool. Just gonna finish this quest and then go see Elden Ring if they put the enhanced fight. Wait, is it tomorrow or today? The enhanced fight, I forgot. It said 9th last time I checked. Where do I have to go? Over here. So wait, what are the two options I have? I have two options here, right? Quests. I could also give the tablets to Demon. I think Maggot is probably a better choice because Maggot wants to bring King Arthur. Come on, horsey. This horse is like funny as fuck. The way it jumps over water and shit. Let's see. Okay, cook. Let's see recipes. I still can't fucking buy this summon battle mage. Okay, I need to check armors here. What this fucking guy? Okay, he buys this for a lot. I'm guessing mage armor. That armor's kind of shit. Okay. There's some armors he buys for a lot, like this. 500, 1,000. Why does he buy the armor? Okay, I'm never gonna fucking wear. Okay, I'm never gonna wear the fucking full-on magic armor. It's something fun. I can buy it back if I ever want it anyway. Okay. Then weapons. 40, 42. Yeah, don't buy one for game 2. 169, 150. Why is this fucking 69? This has to be a joke. Big bonkin 69. Okay, let's see. Open shop first. I wanna buy. This summon. I can't afford. Wait, what the fuck is this? Create a building that's 30% incoming damage. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I wanted to buy that. Okay, I can. Oh yeah, I can sell from stash as well. I forgot about that shit. Can I use this now? 3 perception. This sort of shit. I don't know if this is good or not. Honorary sword. Deal 100% staggered enemy attacks. Blocking top regions. 50% of the block damages stamina. This is one thing that's insanely good. Oh yeah, this is the armor. Small attack speed when stamina spell, which is pretty good. But I also like the current armor I have. Armor I have is really fucking good. this quest not gonna be done for me? Okay, I'm tired. Fucking go. Fuck, perception is per time. I don't want to talk to you, King Arthur. I'll talk to you later. Okay, fuck it, I'll talk to you. That's it? That's all you wanted to fucking say? Nothing? Piece of shit.
No need for that, is there?
What'd you say? Wait. Does he like
Having
make the
fun, are
shield?
we?
Can't see. Wait, hold on. This guy probably sells. No. This sort of whatever.
I envy you.
Hold on.
What brings you this way? Healing.
This guy sells potions, 100%. Sage. Yes. Rose. Yes. I don't know what that does. Can I talk to you tomorrow? And
If it's quality.
what is this? Simple meal. I kind of want to buy all of it. I kind of want to buy all of it as well. I can just buy a pickaxe here as well. Okay.
No need for that, is there?
Why are they paying attention to me? Okay, hold on. Is this where I want this? No, it's not. Wait, hold on. There's something here. Where do I need to go? Is it under? Oh, it's the door here. Maybe when there's nobody here? It's not where I need to go. It says here. Oh, did he needs
It
to be not for him
worked.
to be.
I can hardly. I mean, is hey?
Oh, visions.
So, it's done. The Minhir is alive once more.
I wouldn't be so sure. The weirdness can. Besides, I still have my orders, and they.
I know you have your orders, and I, as a lord, am bound by Camelot's law. With a moment of choice, I am the Lord of Cornoct, and not Camelot. I cannot simply command.
Of all times, you choose. You are a lord, and it is your. And it.
Not such as my.
What? So, well.
You heard what Denholm said. Once again, I need your help. People I can trust. Otherwise. You see. No, it also. I don't. If by. I ought that you. And
36, Scooby.
If I just stay put, everything will be.
Okay, hold on. Did I get? I didn't unlock a new King Arthur power. Did I? Oof. Athletics, walking. A lot of unarmed. Heavy armor. Okay, and proct. Multi, this. Wait, wait. Oh, right.
Just passing through.
Shut
Good.
up. Why can't I save, bro? Why? If I rush it, save me. Yeah, okay. I want to see if Night Rain has their new upgraded Elden Ring. Night Rain. If they have their new bosses or the Gaping Jaw enhanced version. Hashtag free Marwan. Okay. I do wonder what is going on in there. They are fine. Whiteboard, whiteboard. Okay. Please have Gaping Jaw. Please have Gaping Jaw. I'm just hopping on fucking Elden, what's it called? Fuck, it's still. Wait, hold on. When does it rotate out? I already did this motherfucker. I wanna do enhanced Gaping Jaw. Fuck's sake. Okay. Alright, we're doing Deadlock. Okay. This is gonna burn my fucking ears.
The fact that starvation didn't in fact happen doesn't let Israel off the hook for failing its duty to actually provide the aid or allow the aid.
Oh,
Yeah,
hello,
I think
Sev.
the question he was trying to ask was
Sounds like a very
if
pleasant
it's proven that
conversation.
there was enough.
Seth, you're not gonna enjoy this.
I know.
Seven
We're
but
in
I
hell.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh,
Yeah, my
Yeah,
step
honestly,
from
Seth,
Oh,
this is not good
if
for
it
your
were
mental health.
if it were proven that like the
3
reports were
centimeters from
wrong
an aneurysm.
and in fact everyone had enough stockpile that it was like totally safe or overall pretty safe or something like that, yeah, that would change my view of the blockade.
What was the
Yeah,
point of
absolutely.
what was the point of the blockade for 3 months if they knew Hamas already stole all the fucking aid and stockpiled?
Well, no. The question is if
Well, answer
weird-
that before you continue. Like, what is the point of the blockade if they had intelligence that Hamas was stealing the aid and stockpiling for themselves? What is the point of blocking aid then? Because they already know Hamas stockpiled. They didn't know other people stockpiled. So what is the point?
Well, the possible answer to that would be if Israel believed that Hamas was stealing aid, but not to the level that they did after the blockade.
If
Or
Hamas
during
didn't
the-
have enough aid during that blockade time,
No.
then people on
Not
the
that.
ground that
There's
got
more.
stolen from would have even less.
okay, well, the point, let's say that the people did have aid and the Hamas wasn't stealing as much aid during that time, but they started stealing
But you
more
can't
aid.
have both claims going. The claims
You
were that
can't. Let
Hamas
me
was
explain a world
stealing
in which you have both.
aid. No.
I
There
don't
was.
necessarily agree with this, but let me just explain to you. It's because it's going to
If you
be
don't
kind
agree
of
with it,
ridiculous.
don't. If you don't agree with it, don't say it, because you're just trying to find a position to weasel out of that point.
We've
No, I
we've
want you to
all
understand
already
the
agreed that the
argument.
blockade was too
I'm literally
long.
just want you to understand that argument so that you can also argue against that too. So let me just give the steel man, and then I'll even say a way in which that's broken. So the steel man would be if Hamas basically if Hamas was stealing aid but not at a sufficient amount that was stopping the people from having enough aid, but it was helping the war effort. And then during the blockade, basically they started stealing a lot more because they no longer had that amount of aid, enough buffer aid from all the other stuff. And Israel at the time wouldn't know that they're going to steal all that aid. So that
But
would be the
Hamas
case in
was
which they
making claims. No, but Israel was making Israelis at least, or actually it was the government too. They were making claims that Hamas was stealing all the aid. That's why Palestinians on the ground, Gazans, were not getting enough aid, even despite the aid going in. That was the claims of the government. So if they claimed that Hamas was stealing the aid already, and that's why not every Palestinian is getting the aid they need before the blockade, imposing the blockade while knowing that is going to happen, they know it's going to increase the amount of stealing that Hamas did, so they know who is going to be suffering the most out of that. The whole point of the blockade is to turn the civilian population even more against Hamas, not necessarily to what's it called, starve out Hamas. It was to starve out the population, which in turn would hate Hamas more. That is literally the whole point of it. And if you can't see that, David, you are just looking for the
I
moral
genuinely
position for it.
Wait, I think that's genuinely a possibility.
It is
which
absolutely.
really
It is.
also-
It's the only possibility.
I think we should wait, guys. I think we should give Seth some context as the conversation we were having.
No, I don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters at all.
There's no point of rehashing the conversation because that was going literally nowhere.
It really.
Yeah,
Let's not have this conversation without the whole thing.
Talk about something.
I want to rehash it, but I wanted one question to David, and that was if I can source that Israel had good knowledge, or at least some indication, that medical supplies were already out of stock before they even implemented the blockade. Would you then acquiesce that the blockade from the very start went against their international duty to supply the basic needs of the occupied population?
Okay, just to be clear, my thing is not going to be. I like my moral position is going to be different. But if we're talking about international duty, I don't believe that they have an international duty to supply the aid no matter what. If Hamas is making, like again, there's legal arguments in which if Hamas is making a substantial military gain from the way in which they're distributing the aid and which they're stealing the aid, that's going to open up possibilities for Israel to blockade it. I don't think that's an infinite justification and definitely not a justification for the 3 months, but I'm just explaining to you where my holdup is on just saying that Israel has an infinite obligation to give aid unless Hamas is stealing almost all the aid. If Hamas is only stealing X amount of aid, then they have to infinitely supply it. That's not necessarily true. But again, I don't think this is worth arguing over because I don't think that the 3 months was even slightly justified.
Think you're arguing against reality, even as Israel itself has published in their own report.
What?
Well, the 15% rate, or the 15 to 25% rate.
Yeah, but
that is not
matters. I don't think the
substantial.
question is if it's a serious military advantage that Hamas is withholding that aid for.
The caveat to the duty to supply aid requires either all or a substantive quantity.
Yeah, it does not. But no, it's not all. And can you show? If you could show me a substantial quantity, that would be interesting. If you could cite that.
Yeah, but that shouldn't affect your moral evaluation, right? Like, what kind of what's the theory of like military advantage that you think the kinds of medicines that were being denied to Gazans were going to provide a significant enough military advantage.
No, okay. So what we're talking about is essentially Hamas is basically stealing that aid and leveraging it because there's going to be a shortage in order to.
They're stealing a portion of it, right? Like less than half.
Yeah, only 15 to 25%.
No, they're profiting. You need to understand. They're profiting from like 95. Like.
Yeah, even the stuff that's not diverting, they're also profiting from, but that's not important. The point is, they are both profiting off of that and profiting through all of it, but they're also profiting off of directly stealing that aid and redistributing it or reselling it for much higher prices, etc., etc. So even if it's not a substantial amount, if it is significant in terms of boosting their war aim, if they're able to take that those areas that don't have enough and they're able to steal a little bit more, then that means that they're able to sell it for a higher price, etc., etc. So the amount that they're stealing might fluctuate depending on the time period, and that is going to change the military gain or whatever. Blah 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 blah. Again, I don't know why. I'm just it doesn't really matter to me all that much because I think the actual it was justified. Definitely.
Yeah, but the question is, even for a hypothetical like 2-week blockade, right?
Yeah, I think
the point is that
I think it's clear that Hamas was having a substantial money problem, and that no longer letting them divert that aid is going to heavily exacerbate it to the point where again the time was it the New York Times was basically saying that there was a mass payroll problem where Hamas is no longer able to pay their militants, and it's fucking with their organization. Like that would be a massive military gain in a scenario that we're in right now. So again,
sure, but you think that your calculus is a 2. Can we just agree on a duration? You think 2 weeks would have been okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think a 2-week blockade would have been justified because
I don't think that any blockade would be justified without also working on an actual plan to change the distribution
Sure,
method.
assume that's happening in the background. Yeah.
I think that
you think
fair.
you think that the blockade in the meantime it's justified to withhold, I don't know, life-saving medical supplies, like insulin, things that like you'll die if you don't have them. You think it's okay to deny that to Gazans because it puts enough of a squeeze on Hamas's finances, and that if you did provide the aid, it would give this 2 weeks of aid would give Hamas a really significant military boom. Is that about it? 2 weeks of this aid?
Basically choke holding them off, and then I would assume that there would be some sort of enough aid in which the actual short-term effects would be manageable, because if it wasn't assumed that there's no stock of these kinds of supplies. Again, I'm guessing when they're talking about
no. Assume there's zero stock. Assume there's Hamas has a big stockpile.
Then the calculus.
Well, but that's what the calculus.
Again,
that's the
assume that,
question.
again, if Hamas has a stockpile, they're probably going to try to extort them and sell it at a higher price and whatever. And so I'm going to assume that if Hamas has a stockpile, they're going to sell that as well. And they're going to hold on to the
You can't have it. You can't
anywhere
have it both
where
ways.
that negates the duty to supply, because it still does. I don't know what you've read where it says that suddenly negates the duty to supply the basic needs of its.
I go to the pages right now to look for the thing, but can someone find the?
Because it's not in IHL, it's not in the protocol
I
one.
know one is specifically specifically the one that. Let me ask.
What do you guys need?
Don't ask Rock.
What do you guys need?
Saucy girl. AHL. Diverted. Okay.
I think that the other example that we have to go to is the Houthis stealing, and didn't they steal mostly all of it, because that in order to it had to go through them in order to even be distributed to people, and weren't they threatening aid workers as well?
And didn't the UN say they're no longer going to be supplying it for some period of time?
Because there it was all or a substantive portion of the aid. given that in this case, according to Israel itself, at most it's 25%, at minimum it's 15%. I don't think this is an apt comparison.
Yeah,
well, why isn't that a substantial proportion? If I only removed 15% of your skin, you'd probably feel pretty bad about that.
That's kind of a
That's
weird.
true. But also, if you remove 0.1% of my skin, I would be weirded out.
That's fair. But like, what's substantial here? Substantial.
Alive at that point.
So what substantial doesn't mean 51%, right? Like a substantial risk of genocide, you don't have to wait until it's 51%. So what's substantial in this context?
Well, in that case, I think we should look at historic conditions. And I know that, for instance, in Rwanda, the proportion went all the way up to 50% and still aid was being given. So I feel like the substantive, given that it's paired with all or substantive, should be a proportion that is extremely high.
If you haven't already, I would.
What?
The what?
Say that again, David.
That's all or substantive thing. I would love it. I would love it. What?
Sorry.
Okay. I think we just all lost a lot.
Hey, what do you guys think about using food as a weapon of war?
50-50.
True.
50-50?
Oh, but here we go.
Shitty. Pretty L.
If I had to be if I had forced to eat that haggis, I would.
3-day-old baguette in.
Like, how deadly is a 3-day-old baguette? Like,
what?
Okay,
I'm
leaving.
Old baguette.
Depends. How much botulism do you put inside?
Like, I would eat like a 10-day-old croissant. Yeah, we can hear you, David.
Can people still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. For seconds, everything went weird.
Start Gordon.
Yeah. Happens with Discord. Yeah.
Well,
So, like,
so where are you getting that language from? The all or substantive portion or substantial portion?
Yeah.
That came from my readings at university. I'm looking it up right now. I'm having difficulties finding the
Protocol 1, Article 70?
Yeah, that doesn't cover it entirely. That doesn't cover the right of a country to divert aid, as far as I'm aware.
What doesn't?
70. 70 does not give the right. The right to divert is somewhere else.
Each high contracting party shall allow the free passage of all consignments of medical and hospital as necessary for release of the intended only over now there. Even if the latter is adversary, it shall likewise permit the free passage of all consignments. The obligation of a high contracting party to allow the free passage of the consignments indicated in the preceding paragraph is subject to the condition that the party is satisfied that there are no serious reasons for fearing A, that the consignments may be diverted from their destination, B, that control may not be effective, or C, that a definitive advantage may accrue to the military efforts or economy of the enemy through the substitution of the above-mentioned consignments for goods which would otherwise be provided or produced by the enemy, or through the release of such material, serving the release as...
That's the point, you don't have to read it. I mean, we agree that it provides like advantage to the... I think we all agree on
What is...
Yeah, so these are the conditions
what is
of
that?
which... Article
What is that
23.
agreement?
What is the agreement? That the aid provides economic advantage to Hamas?
No, that's not the thing. The question is if Israel has the legal option of stopping the passage, the free passage of code.
Any poker players?
What is this agreement?
Any poker nighters?
Oh wait a minute.
Oh,
I'm gonna get
23.
Is that the UN?
You guys need to
Yeah, that is Protocol 1, Article 23.
Do not play that far. I'm getting
Of what?
Protocol 1.
Well,
The
I can't
Geneva
hear what-
Conventions.
Gen-
Protocol
Geneva
1 of the Geneva Conventions.
Geneva Convention 4? Or?
Protocol 1.
Oh, wow.
You have the additional protocols? This is the first additional protocol, right? Or am I mistaken?
I really hope the war ends now that that Hamas is willing to take some sort of half defeat.
Wait,
No,
are they? What? Are you mean? What? Is there some sort of news about the ceasefire negotiations?
No,
Wait,
I mean
why did
there
you start? Don't start yet, guys. Go on
Did they say
poker.
something about disarming? Or am I too-
We're playing poker?
Pull up on poker, yeah.
I mean, I felt like there was some kind of step when the sheikhs in Hebron said that they were going to join the Abraham Accords, but that's not going to happen. Yeah, I know, but that's the only time I actually felt like there was maybe some kind of progress in something.
I mean,
When did that
Syria
happen?
is really good. There's gonna be some shit in Syria, almost 100% at this
We'll
point.
join poker in a little bit.
What do you mean?
A little bit this.
What with Syria? You're asking?
Yeah.
There's almost. I think at this point it's almost certain there's gonna be an Abraham Accords between Israel and Syria.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Saudi
I
Arabia
heard
is
there's some talk about the
also been,
Golan
like,
Heights. We'll see though. Prayers.
the Golan Heights staying with Israel. You mean?
No, not staying with Israel, dude.
There's at the most, I think.
I mean, I feel like
they're requesting
Some
a third of the
random
goal.
dude, some random like pro pally on TikTok was like, in order for Israel to keep some of the Golan Heights, they're gonna give northern Lebanon to Syria.
Base?
What do you guys think about this in the comments?
Grab them.
I can't believe Israel would do this.
Yeah, I feel like if Syria,
though?
I feel like if
What's up?
Syria joins
No,
the
I would
Abraham
give-
Accords,
I
then
would give all of Lebanon to Syria. You know what?
Greater Syria now.
The money from
Great.
the Golan Heights is
Imagine Greater Syria, bro. I mean, great.
Syria
the money
already
from
is
the
pretty
Golan
fucking huge. I
that
don't think.
need his gosh diggly darn things back, bro. You don't understand.
Bro, I'm
Anyways.
about to do some car discording in a second. So, talk to you guys in a minute.
Does
Oh, no, he's
diversion
gonna
within the
drive and
context?
talk.
Does diversion within
No,
the context of
if we
IHL
read-
refer specifically to like stealing the aid, or is like selling it? Is that kind of different?
Diversion means when it does not end in the target population. So if it goes outside of the conflict zone, or if
Okay.
it merely helps the belligerent armies, the opposing belligerent army.
So if they just confiscate it and then sell it, you know, at ridiculously high prices to the
You could make an argument
that's not diversion.
that is C. Do you? If you read C of Article 23, I think you can make an argument that the selling component is strongly benefits David's reading of Article 23. However, under Article 70 and 71, I would still say it clearly indicates the duty, and then you would need to indicate a minimum, because under Article 70 and 71, it does ascribe a duty to the occupying powers or the belligerent parties of providing the basic needs of the population.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like C is the exception that swallows the rule.
Because
Like-
as far as I know, historically speaking, you would continue aid supplies. I've never heard a substantive or a portion be referred to as only 15 to 25%. And Yemen is extreme in its uniqueness, and that's also why it is the exception that breaks the rule. Even the UN not providing aid.
Well, parts like subsection C here suggests to me that like if Hamas gets any significant portion of funding through distributing, like being a middleman and distributing this thing,
yes,
Israel would be totally justified in cutting off all aid.
No, because under Article 70 and 71, they have a duty to ensure the passage of the aid, so Israel wouldn't have the free get out of jail free card of not providing aid. They would simply be allowed to provide the aid in a different mechanism where they can make sure that no substantive portion goes to the belligerent party.
C only applies to distribution mechanisms where you have a serious fear that C is actually going to happen, right?
Yes.
But
and under 70 and 71, they still have the obligation of providing the aid.
Yeah, but I mean, if it turns out that there's like no good way to distribute aid that Hamas can't monetize, at that point,
I don't think you can put the limits. You wouldn't read it so open. If we look at any other conflict in history, or modern history, you would never read it this openly.
That a definite advantage may accrue to the military efforts or economy of the enemy. I mean, it doesn't even say it has to be a significant advantage. This would be a definite. And only that it may accrue. You don't even have to prove that it's likely to accrue. Only that
Yes,
it may.
so if you, but that's usually under international law, where even if you make a mistake in your analysis, you can go back on this. So that makes sense. However, you still have that duty to supply it, and I do not believe you can indicate that it is impossible to provide aid, especially since only 15 to 25% of the aid under the previous system, which was very reliant on...
Yeah, but C doesn't require... C doesn't... Nothing in here says anything about what proportion of it is. C doesn't require any of it.
Could you read 70 and 71?
Could I read it? 70 and 71. What do I have to look up? Fourth Geneva Convention, Article 71?
It should be Protocol 1, Article
Additional
71.
Protocol 1?
70
1977?
and 71. Let's see.
No, not
70 and
additional
71.
Okay, do these legally overwrite anything else? Are they structured so
No,
that-
they go in tandem.
Okay. So, because 23 provides a complete exception to allowing the free passage of consignments of medical and hospital stores.
However, that would require
So if this doesn't
necessary...
override Section 23, then if 23C is triggered, you don't have to allow any medical stuff.
C would only be triggered in your contemporary element, in your contemporary shipping, if, however, you can ensure in an improved facet go into the strip. C it gets negated because, well, you always have the continued duty to ensure aid gets to the population. So you cannot simply just blockade at that point. You would have to immediately try to instigate.
It seems like you're presuming. Seems like you're presuming that like there's gonna be a better method that you can find. What if there isn't?
You still have a duty to try to ensure it. So even if there's none, you still have that duty.
Yeah, I mean, but if 23C applies to every possible, I mean, maybe you think this is a science fiction
I do not believe
scenario.
you can say anyone has. Yeah, well, if it always occurs, then you could say, I won't supply it. But I think that is ludicrous because I don't think
why
Israel
you
has
guys
tried
are arguing the
every single
legality
method.
of a thing that everyone probably hears agrees is a bad thing. And also Israel probably did it for other reasons than the legal reasons you guys are citing repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly.
I'm
Can I
curious.
just ask one
what
thing
did...
before you guys continue? Phineas,
Go
are
on.
you part of the Ask Yourself Discord by any chance?
No.
Okay. You just have a cadence that like really reminds me of.
Oh no! What a
It's okay.
what a devastating critique! Jesus Christ! I have to repeat my entire life. I heard it. No, I picked that up. Yeah, this is why I'm not on the Ask Yourself Discord. I can actually pick up those subtle subtextual clues.
Okay, now I feel under more pressure. I didn't know that LB was here.
Hold on. What the fuck is the Ask Yourself Discord?
It's a Discord where people like debate veganism and they're very aggressive about it. Avi is in that Discord, and I think I don't know if Vegan Gains is or not, but
Is Sample in
like,
here?
Avi runs the Ask Yourself Discord as far as I know, right? He's a co-runner of it.
He's a participant, and I think he has admin privileges, but he maintains his own Discord as well.
That's how you can now it's slipping through.
Yeah, it's full of debate pedophiles, basically.
Wait, you're saying this server isn't?
Oh no, it is. But like, there's something very specific.
This server doesn't tend to have like 90-minute discussions about like what's the definition of many, things like that.
Yeah, those guys are
Just have a-
they have prop logic charts and shit like that for everything, for every section of the it's
Yeah,
very
turn it
different
into a
here.
syllogism for me. Yeah, formalize your argument. Otherwise, it's invalid.
But we've gotten to that extent. Like I remember when we, 6 rabbis and 1 consulate, just because we wanted to find out who was, well, if you were still Jewish after you left the religion, right?
But yeah, okay. I don't know. Should we go back to the original discussion? or-
What's the point? Israel didn't do it for the reasons you guys are citing. It's like
the original discussion.
What kind of evidence do we have about that, Sev? Because I think
I was gonna ask that. Yeah.
I think
there's the government
I think that could be
statements about
persuasive
it.
to House.
The
Specific motivations for the blockade.
The repeated claims. Okay, hold on.
I think House
Yeah, I understand, but they kept repeatedly saying that the reason the aid isn't getting through to the people, despite them letting it through, is because Hamas kept stealing it, or it kept getting stolen. We know it was getting stolen, we just didn't know by who. Israel claimed it was Hamas. So, and then when they did the blockade, they said that during this when they did this blockade, they estimated that they had enough aid to last them for the 3 months that they blockaded them from. But they also admitted that Hamas was stealing the aid. And during that blockade, I'm assuming Hamas was stealing fucking stockpiles too. So, like...
According to reports at the time when the blockade went into effect, they were already out of stock on various medical supplies. So that's also important, I feel like.
But yeah, so I don't, Israel can't have both claims on the fucking plate and then have people like this current channel debating, oh, well, Israel thought this or Israel thought this, but they claim both. You can't claim both and have both. It's either or.
Well, the debate was right now. It's like in a super hyper niche thing of like, what sorts of blockades does like international law permit? So it's kind of in a hypothetical space. Everyone in here basically agreed that like the blockade as it was objectionable. So we kind of moved off.
Well, everyone agrees on that part. No, hold on. Everyone agrees on that part, but that's the point where I'm making is like, what's the point of arguing the legality? The only reason you're arguing the legality of it, despite everyone knowing it's bad, is to like fucking diminish how bad it was or how bad it is.
No, it's because there was a difference between David, who thought that like a 1 week or 2 week blockade would have been justified, and Bar Yagan thought that the medical supplies were so low that even a 1 week or 2 week blockade wouldn't have been justified, and David thought that like there's enough diversion that it actually would be, and that they're benefiting enough that there were some like hypothetical Israeli blockades that there were disagreements about.
I think it's not justified if it's actually doing significant harm. I don't think it's a matter of any of those other things. I mean, and if they knew it was doing significant harm, then they are to blame on some level. If they didn't, then, I mean, they are to blame on some level still, but not as much as the other option.
There we can also agree, because originally you mentioned starvation, and I feel like we can also agree that starvation is an extremely high bar. Before that you have malnourishment, different diarrheas, which can also end up killing people. That historically that was the main way people would die. The lack of medical supplies, etc., etc. So that is why I say this whole blockade from the very start was not just illegal, but extremely immoral.
But the thing is, sure. But the issue is the discussion started from trying to grade Israel based on like every other country. So let's say if they had a like report card, right, and Israel got like a 4 out of 10 or something, what would Russia get? What would be China be getting? What would like even Ukraine be getting? What would anybody else be getting on that scale? And try to
Didn't we look
grade
that up
Israel on that
This,
scale.
this start thing with the
and try to
AI
rate.
prompt of the grading is so silly to me. I don't know why you keep going back to it.
What does that mean?
Like you
Let's
said,
talk about AI
you started with giving them a grade, and you asked ChatGPT to give you a grade for how
No.
Israel is doing.
No. That's what other people were doing. That's what other people were doing. I was asking. We were having discussion on that, and then people started throwing in ChatGPT things. I'm
Did I
saying
hear
as
that
an
right?
intelligent discussion, we can try to figure out what, because the problem is people grade Israel on a curve, right? And Israel,
Dystopia.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we can admit Israel does bad things, but it's like, okay, then Israel bad immediately without actually grading the whole situation as a whole and comparing it to other countries. Because the problem is that the only way you can grade these kind of things in war, like, I mean, nobody gets an A. People die and it sucks, right?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
at
everyone's
best
failing
Israel
on
gets
some
a
level,
D.
right? It's just a matter of how much people are
It
failing.
actually did get a D.
Yeah, at best Israel gets a D. That's literally the like. I didn't even need to look at anything.
When I did it in mine,
Yeah, but they're
I don't know
letter
where you're doing
grade.
it, but when I did it in mine, I did an analysis. Like I did it in Gemini, where it allows
I have
you
a
to do like a
question
whole
before you
report on it.
continue on this like yap session. What did you grade it, Canadian house guy? What did you grade?
Like I don't know. Like I'm okay.
Just
so
say the
let's say I
grade.
graded-
Just say the grade.
Okay. Let's say I graded a 4, okay? But the question is,
4 out
what
of
would I
what?
grade anything else?
4 out of what?
4
He
out of
got
10,
a C
right?
plus. He gave it a C plus.
Why is it numbers?
Let's say
Gemini
I
gave it
graded a
C
4 out of 10. What would I grade Russia, right? I grade
Fucking
Russia like a negative, like
Like,
27 or something.
1, 2, it doesn't matter.
I grade like, China a negative like 100. Like it's just insane the criteria for
What would
Israel.
you
that
what
has
would you
to be there.
grade
It's
America?
like Israel's bad, sure.
Like what do you would
And I don't
grade
want to
Western
compare
nations?
it to anybody else, but that's the only way you can gauge.
What's the point of this comparison?
Proportionality.
Did House and Sev meet each other? This is bad news.
No, House has been like
what?
They've argued before.
Yeah.
Have they?
Yes.
We never argue. We've always just discussing.
David's only free
professionally.
now. He doesn't know a lot.
My question is,
Yeah.
right, I understand like the context of like looking at other conflicts, especially like really tight urban conflicts, right? And how like different militaries like have acted
Can't wait
during
to
these
get
kinds of
black
conflicts.
flags
It
for
just
saying
feels like
Israel's
when you
a
say like, oh, well, look at all these other countries. It just feels like, well, what about this country? But we're talking about Israel. Like I understand
Yeah, but that's
that.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying the discussion started.
But like, the whole point is that we're focusing on Israel. Yeah, we can talk about how Russia like leveled Grozny, but that's not like. Yeah, Russia sucks, man.
I feel like
But we're not
I feel like it
talking
is
about
valuable
Russia.
to do what about. I feel like it's valuable to do what about
discussion.
in terms of other
what about,
conflicts that are very similar. But I don't think it's worth it to say what about like, hey, this is a fucking dictator. What about them? They're doing worse. It's like I don't think you want to be. I don't think you want to be playing by that standard. I don't think you want to be like what about Hitler, bro? We're better than Hitler. I'm not very proud of that.
Hold
That's
on.
the bare minimum.
Try is really the
discussion
standard
is
you
not
want to
what
use,
about.
yeah, my friend.
Yeah, the discussion is not what about. The discussion is just trying to grade countries on a playing level. I mean, we just need to understand like I mean that's the only way you can compare it, right? Because otherwise you're just saying you're
It's not the
just
only
falling
way
into
to
tropes.
compare it, though.
You
You can
Russia and Israel
compare
get a very
it to
similar
like
grade right now.
you can compare it to what you think Israel ought to have done, rather than
Yeah,
what they did.
or its obligation
However, it's easier
under
to do that in
international
retrospect.
law.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not always easy to do in retrospect because you need to think like what information did they have available to them at the time? What was like this? What was the state of affairs at the time? You have to like answer a bunch of those sorts of questions.
If you ever
and that's
try
not
to
always
look
easy.
back for articles, like only a few months back, it's very difficult, and you will only find a select few. So it's very difficult sometimes to get the actual ideas and notions that were active during a particular time.
Yeah, and part of the problem with comparison to like peers or comparison to history is that like sometimes we have really good reason to think that the international standards are actually really bad. Like if you go back 300 years and you ask like, how did people treat their slaves? Actually, I'm treating my slave like pretty well. You know, I only broke his leg once
but we're
in the
not
last
talking
5
about
years.
300 years. We're talking about right now. We're talking about like other countries that are comparable right now, and what is the expectation of warfare? Like that's an important thing to standard set for yourself.
Will be.
Yeah, but a lot of these standards of war were written. A lot of these standards of warfare. Oh, go ahead.
Phineas and House, I wonder, under that Article 23C clause, what would you personally feel is the minimum required for that to be activated? Because I can't imagine that if they only steal 1% of aid and that gives them this economic benefit, that would be enough to break that, right? And so even with modern day international law, there's a lot of questions that you can validly ask.
I think for the restriction to be reasonable and to not just be the exception that swallows the rule, I think the economic benefit can't just be any economic benefit. It's got to be some sort of like critical economic benefit that's keeping them afloat. Like if it's just like an extra $1,000 a month for Hamas and their budget is like, you know, millions of dollars a month, like it's totally irrelevant, right? And the fact that it technically benefits them doesn't matter.
Could somebody
I think the economic benefit would.
Phineas,
Sure.
I just want to clarify because I mean I think we could reasonably assume at this point of the war that that's probably like almost the entirety of a Hamas's
I have no idea.
like budget is going to be through that.
Why?
Like what is going to be left over?
You can say that. I have no idea what what their budget looks like, what their incomes looks like.
I mean, I think
no. It's only because it's only. I just hold on. I'm just giving a little bit of self critique. I have read very little about Hamas's actual operations, so I don't know. You might know more about this than me. I'm just saying, for my sake, I have no information to go on there, so I can't really agree or disagree with you with that sort of assertion.
I'm saying we all agree that, I mean, the blockade was bad on varying levels, right? I mean, the point is, like, we stayed on this blockade thing a little too long. I think as a whole, we just need to figure out how we can grade them and then move on and just figure out, like, that kind of thing.
Why do we need
to grade them?
What's the point of grading them? House?
Well, because
I would say the point of grading them would probably just be to understand how badly they're failing with their obligation in order to see what is reasonable.
Okay, regardless of grade, if you say it's bad, is that reasonable?
Well, if it's bad, it's if we're saying if it's 10 out of if you were saying we want war to be 10 out of 10, and we're saying that this war is a 9 out of 10, we're gonna say like, okay, we should expect. But if we're saying like, oh, Israel is failing its obligations by, I don't know, from a 10 out of 10 to a 3 out of 10, and we're saying that you know,
people are dying. What does it matter if it's 9 or 10 or 8?
The amount of people dying obviously matters.
Oh my goodness.
The amount of people dying obviously matters. The like systematicness of the evil matters. The like apparatus, the decision-making apparatus in Israel that produced this, even if they happen to get lucky this time with this blockade and it happened to not do a lot of damage, you can still critique it based on what the likelihood of outcomes were. There's like you can't just go by like, oh, someone died, so it's bad. It's more complex than that.
No, obviously, but what's the point of grading them? Like,
if everyone is breaking the rules and everyone is committing crimes and the crimes are being committed, and I mean, it's like, how do you defend them other than doing crimes yourself? Like, I mean, if people are shooting out of hospitals, how do you defend yourself other than shoot the hospital?
But that's not a crime.
And with regards to legality, that's allowed under war to do that. Somebody's using yeah, it's not a crime, exactly. So I mean, we got to judge the blockade based on law, not based on how you feel about a blockade. We have to figure out, is the blockade was the blockade needed? Was it doing anything? Did it actually hurt people? You can't just say blockade bad.
No.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
No one is just saying blockades are bad.
All those questions you just asked are the right questions. Giving it some number is useless.
But the point of giving it a number, you have to understand that like a lot of people on the server are brain broken by people giving really, really bad faith criticisms of Israel. And so I think what's happening here is that there's a frame here of like we need to shield ourselves from possible criticism. Like, is Israel getting undue attention for this? Is Israel getting undue critique for this, even if it's bad? And so I think like
As an
people are
Israeli,
oriented
that's
to the
just, like,
rhetoric
all
around this,
day, no?
and it's really
Exactly.
frustrating to keep
don't need to
getting
do that
pulled
here.
to this
Yeah,
like meta.
that's finally just what I'm saying.
Yeah, but House, that's bad. You're like pulling our attention. You're like focused so much on this like meta structure of like, well, what is the critique of Israel rather than what is the state of Israel? What is their act like? What's actually happening? Is it justified or not? And
What's more
you're
important
so concerned
is
with like blocking
my
bad
beautiful state of
You need to-
Israel being
Dan,
slandered.
The reason you
or
need to
people
scale
starving.
is so you can figure out what the punishment would be, if anything, and figure out, like, the punishment has to match the crime, right? And so you can't just say
severity
bad
of the
to
crime
anything
is
they do
not
if they
based-
do any kind of thing versus the people who are not doing anything at all. Like, you have to figure if everyone's not keeping international crime law, then it's like, I understand that you know, better countries should do better, but I mean, where do you gauge what to do about it? Like, you can't.
But
just
this
say,
is a
okay, Israel's
bad way to
so what do you do now? Let's say you figure out
This
Israel's bad.
is
Now
a
what do you do?
bad way. This is a bad way to analyze compliance.
Question.
Because you don't.
Hold on, Phineas. Question. Let's put fucking international law aside because nobody apparently really follows it.
Exactly.
Hold on. What about Israel's own laws? They don't even follow them when it comes to
I
fucking
agree,
crimes.
100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
We
do
talked
other
about
countries
this.
not
Yeah.
follow their laws too?
No, I'm saying Israel should definitely punish their soldiers more.
That has
for,
nothing to
you know,
do.
acts.
I
It should be
understand.
not gonna happen. We were
This
talking
isn't.
about
This
punish-
isn't. Hold on. They
the
haven't
general-
punished their
Hold on,
soldiers
hold on,
since
step-
1948. They haven't punished their soldiers appropriately since
I agree.
1948.
I agree,
What
for sure,
makes-
100%. Yeah.
you-
But what I'm saying is that general we were talking about, if that story you were telling me about that general who killed all those people and who directed people to do it, I think he should be charged for genocidal intent.
Okay,
But I don't
sure.
think the Israeli army should be charged for genocide.
Perfect.
And I definitely don't think the Israel, the state of Israel, to be charged for genocide.
Perfect.
These are different categories. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course.
Sure, perfect. That is a claim. Whatever. If the problem is we have a fucking instance where this has happened and the claim, like the fucking, what's it called? The ruling was that it was a genocide because one instance of this fucking party did this. Not necessarily all of it or to all of the whole population. It just got proven that this group did. That's the whole point of the argument. If you ask me, I don't think Israel should be charged with genocide. Although, if they keep on this pace where they don't punish the soldiers that are showcasing genocidal intent and actually going through ahead with it, yeah, I think they should be charged with genocide because they're letting it fucking run rampant. No maybe. There's no maybe here.
Or
There is
an
a-
accessory or whatever that is.
Yeah, for sure. Eventually, yeah. I agree.
Again.
What do you mean eventually? Why not right now?
Because I don't think right now it's considered that. I don't think they're trying to do genocide right now at this point.
Well,
in time.
why aren't they arresting these people then? Why aren't they trying them?
Because, like I told you before, it's very hard to do that in war without getting people to mutiny or whatever it is. Like in every single, like okay, for the extreme example is Nazis, right? Everyone here can admit that it's fine to.
You really want to hold on? You really want to compare the reason? Hold on. You really want to compare the reason IDF can pursue? Hold on.
Tread carefully about Nazis.
Yeah. That's what I want to ask you. You really want to compare the IDF not
Listen.
punishing their soldiers to a comparison that was
It's
made
like
about
the
Nazis?
time you bring up
No,
the Nazis
hold on a second.
related to
Can I
this. I
finish
don't
what I'm saying,
understand.
please? I'm saying at that. Okay, so that is the most extreme thing, right? They've been demonized to the point that they're like inhuman almost, and everyone's okay shooting Nazis in a video game, right? But the point is that on some level, every army does this. Now, you need to gauge how bad is what Israel's doing.
We've already been through this. Hold on.
What am I doing here in Poland? My friend, like Jesus fucking Christ.
Remember the thing you're supposed to be answering is why they are not court-martialing military criminals.
Stop talking about this, and we agreed on this
Okay,
subject.
before you
we talked about
continue,
the loan.
before you continue, hold on.
Why aren't they doing it?
Do you think the fact that they do not court-martial
I have people asleep, so I don't want to fucking shout over people.
tentatively agree?
I have people asleep, so I don't want to shout over people. So just wait.
Yeah.
House,
Yeah,
your
please.
entire defense of
Yeah.
Israel in any instance is that other countries are just as bad or worse. This has been a consistent matter with you, and anyone that has heard you for the past few days can probably attest to that. Other than that,
Sure,
there is a massive issue with Israel pursuing fucking criminals when the crime is like by the IDF. They do not do it.
Yeah.
And even then, it's like, fuck. Like I lost my train of thought there because fucking people were yapping earlier. But
punishing genocidal people? Is that...
Yeah, no, not punishing genocidal people. Eventually, like you're an accessory to it. Also, Loner, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, Loner, I'm pretty sure the fucking settler who is a general right now, in command of all those people at the aid zone, is actually from the same settlement where that fucking settler held you up.
Well, you heard about
I think so.
There's no way.
Bro, isn't Yitzhar just like a mental place in general? Like, isn't that kind
yes,
of like
they're literally. It's a settlement that is literally there to harass several Palestinian villages.
Can we make?
So why aren't they complicit?
That?
Yeah, why aren't they complicit right now?
What?
Why isn't Israel complicit right? Why isn't Israel complicit right now in the genocidal acts
I don't think it's an intentional
military people?
Because genocide is specifically like defined. You have to have intentional like.
You agreed that they're. No, but you agreed that by not prosecuting the people who do engage in genocidal acts, it makes Israel complicit, right?
What I'll tell you is that I feel like those people specifically, I mean, should be tried at least for genocidal.
What if they don't get tried?
Do you think that if they are
require an investigation?
And do you think that if they are not, do you think that if they are not investigated and they are not charged, do you think that that makes Israel complicit in the acts because they're tolerating it?
Wait, did he say it's 100% genocidal act?
Yeah, but the thing is, no, I didn't say that.
I don't want to get
I'm
distracted by that.
And I didn't agree to any of this. The fact of the matter is, in America, you have Nazis in political office all the time. It's like Israel's a democracy. You can't stop.
Can we talk about Israel? Can we just talk about Israel?
Did you? But you hold on.
You can't put Israel in a bubble.
Hold on. How's I literally just
Yeah.
said that you do this, and you proceeded to deny that you do this. And then you just did it like 3 seconds.
But also,
what the fuck?
That's
I
not
said
true.
I said your entire defense of Israel is that other countries are worse or just as bad. And then when you came to defend this whole,
let's take a look.
Other countries do prosecute Nazis.
That's in my entire defense. What?
Yeah, there is a Nazi
here's an example.
in the armed forces. They do get prosecuted.
And another thing,
if we look at the ass of the battalion, Ukraine has prosecuted ones that went too far in the past. So
yeah,
yes,
I remember
maybe there are politicians. These aren't in charge of massive occupation.
Okay, I remember the point. I remember the point. Hold on, I remember the point.
Not overtalk Sev. Sev can't raise his voice like we can.
I remember the point that I was gonna raise to you, and Loner needs to participate in this. Loner, did we not go over this on stream where we showcased punishments for soldiers that killed civilians and what their punishments were in other countries?
Yeah, they're pretty low.
No, in other countries.
Yeah.
Like people, Israelis were saying, "Oh, it's all militaries like this," and then we went over.
I don't think they show. I don't think they show. You guys showed other countries.
We did. We showed America. We showed the UK. We showed France, and we even showed Jordan. Fucking Sundowner came with Jordan fucking examples, and Jordan's more harsh on their
were people prosecuted for
Israel
Abu
is
Ghraib?
bad with this. This is true. Like, you can't deny reality.
Yeah. No, that's true.
But remember,
saying is
we did this on stream, right? We did this where other countries punished their soldiers. I think one American soldier in Afghanistan, it was like convicted of sniping like 13 people on purpose, like innocent people on purpose, and he got he got a death sentence, and he fucking what is the word that he appealed? Not appealed. What is that?
Not acquitted?
Not acquitted. What is the fucking where you do a deal with the fucking prosecutors?
A plea deal?
A plea deal. He did a plea deal. His plea deal was 2 life sentences. Like,
did that guy get pardoned? Was he one of the?
I don't know if he was pardoned, but he's been again. That is his charge.
There was a sergeant who got life for murdering 3 people, for murdering 3 civilians.
Mm-hmm. I definitely think, and we had Sev, we had a discussion on this.
I just want to ask a question. I heard the claim that nobody was prosecuted for Abu Ghraib. Is that true?
They were, but I don't think that it lasted very long. I'll have to look it up again. I was surprised that it was not as much as I thought that it would have been. Although I do think all those people were dishonorably discharged, but I mean that's not really the same thing as.
Yeah, and there
They're
has
gonna be dishonorably
There was that U.S. sergeant who got life for murdering 3 people and trying to
and then
plant
he was
guns
the
on them
guy.
afterward.
Now, can you tell
Okay,
me?
but did ChatGPT give them a grade though?
11 U.S. soldiers were court-martialed, convicted, and dishonorably discharged for their role in the abuse of detainees at Abu Ghraib prison. 10 years imprisonment and reduction in rank, pay, and benefits. 3 years in prison, 8 years confinement.
Okay.
6 months confinement.
What about those Blackwater contractors? Did they end up getting sentenced, or
One
am
of
I
them
mistaken on that?
Well, but there's like a half dozen of those. kind of
Okay,
cases,
what
and
about
I
the
have to be more
fucking?
specific. There's a really famous one where they all got, where I think Trump pardoned like 6 of them.
Oh
that were about
yes,
to be
the ones
convicted.
where they opened fire at the roundabout, right? Where they killed the doctor and some civilians.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
here,
they all got pardoned.
House. Let me ask you this, and I'm not gonna name the like fucking scenario or anything. I'm just giving you a scenario here, and I'm gonna ask you what an appropriate punishment for this is. You stop people coming back from work, line them up, and fire on them. Children, women, kids. What is an appropriate punishment in your eyes for these people?
You saw people. Line them up,
and just executed them.
People, line them up, women, children, kids.
Yeah,
and just execute them. For what reason? For what reason
Because
are they doing
came
that?
back from curfew.
They came back from a curfew they weren't aware of.
Yeah, they didn't know the curfew had changed.
They came back from a curfew that they were not aware of.
Yeah.
That was set before after they left the area, and they came back on their way, not knowing about the curfew. Yeah. And people, the soldiers were made aware of this, that these people don't know about the curfew, and they were assured that these people would be fine. They get stopped,
and they just killed
rounded up, and then executed. Yes. What do you think is an appropriate? Yeah. What is your? I know it's terrible. You don't need to be smart to know this is terrible. I just need you to name what an appropriate punishment for this is.
I mean, like for a soldier to do this, obviously, you know, what's it called? Disbarment. What's that called?
Dishonorable discharge.
Dishonorable discharge.
Yeah, discharge.
Yeah, but
discharge.
That's it.
Is that it? Bro?
Well, I understand why you defend Israel then. So, what the fuck?
What?
You don't even think they no prison
What do you
time?
think should happen? I mean,
No prison time?
Life in prison? How about life in prison?
Oh, guys, he does need to be able to respond.
Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah.
Starting to understand.
Okay. So he obviously should get prison time. Obviously, yeah, he should get like I don't know a quadruple murder or something.
Okay, well it was 49 people dead from this, and several soldiers.
49 times murder. Yeah, 49 life sentences or whatever.
Yeah, well, it was a bunch of soldiers, not 1 or 2.
So do you?
What do you think?
Lack of prosecution.
Let him finish.
I'm not gonna lie. Wait, I'm not gonna lie.
We agree on the subject, Steph. I don't know why you're going back to this.
Wait, let Steph finish. He can't yell. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say something. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It was a little bit sus that we had to ask you a clarifying question to get if there should be a life sentence or not.
What does it mean?
Is it a sus? I don't know what you mean sus. Like he defends like Israel repeatedly, despite like agreeing that what they do is egregious.
He doesn't really care that much about them being given a life sentence if it's like an afterthought that needs to be asked, like a clarifying question.
Yeah, I know, David. I know. It's not surprising to me at all, because he would acknowledge that these things are terrible, but like the punishments for them, he doesn't really think about them.
I clearly said it was. What are you talking? I clearly said right off the bat it's terrible.
Yeah,
you said it was dishonorable.
Did you just hear? Hold on. Don't make me angry, because I just said.
I didn't say dishonorable.
No, House. I literally just said, "Oh, you acknowledge these things are terrible."
Okay, but guys.
Oh my goodness,
guys, he can also just be feeling overwhelmed, considering 20 people are shouting at him. Maybe that's also part of it. I don't.
This is some kind of witch hunt.
I also want to defend House a bit here, because I think a lot of people don't understand that military tribunals don't just like strip you. They don't just like fire you from the military. They have military prisons, and you can actually be sentenced. Some people don't know that. And so
I heard from my soldier friends that it's a vacation.
What should it be? Yeah. So you know,
So,
maybe
in his
he was just thinking,
russification.
they should be fired. Obviously, they should be fired, but wasn't thinking about.
Obviously, they should be fired. Obviously, they should go to jail. I mean, you can even do worse. You can even execute them for all I care. I mean, I don't know why you're making it like I care about these people.
So, I think now might be a good time to talk about complicity and what it means, and like why you should maybe disapprove of the state of Israel a little bit more.
Well, their actions.
Yeah, their actions at least.
Right.
Right. So, do you agree that Israel?
Like we both agreed that they're not punishing their soldiers. Like,
yeah, but don't you agree that makes Israel? Do you agree that makes Israel complicit in the violence when they have this like really consistent approach of like totally ignoring violence against Palestinians?
Yeah, I think we need to. Can I butt into this? I want to respond to you. Finish. If that's fine. I think you're off a little here.
Goodness.
Is
sure,
that okay? Okay.
Fine by me.
I think we need to be very clear about what we mean by complicit, because I feel like some people use complicit as in like that means that they're like taking an equal share of the crime. When I feel like the word complicit
they're aware
can mean
of the
like,
crime and they're letting it happen.
No, not what that means, but what responsibility is held by being complicit.
David, you're not arguing with Hassan fans.
No, I'm aware. I'm not saying that I know that Phineas is not like a crazy person. I know he's normal. I'm just trying to understand his position.
Normal is a strong word. I play Dungeons and Dragons, so.
Okay.
Normal for
Yeah, I don't know.
Make the clarifying point, and maybe I'll respond if I feel I need.
Do you understand what I'm saying here? That like one can be complicit and not think that this is something that is meaningfully making them involved in the war. That like being.
I think the nature of the complicity in this case is like.
Yo, David, stop talking when you're driving. It's not just your mic that is shit. Like what the fuck?
I'm parked. My brain is just. I have the habit right now.
I think state complicity in this manner is probably morally worse than the actual underlying crime itself, for a couple reasons. Number one, you're not there's a couple functions that criminal justice has. It has like deterrence, incapacitation, rehabilitation, and like retribution. So they're not incapacitating these people. They're causing more of it to happen. They're causing more of it to happen by failing to deter it. They're not I mean, probably rehabilitation is off the table. Let's be honest. That's not how prison works. And they're failing to get justice. They're failing to like demonstrate to the Palestinian people and to Arab Israeli citizens.
Can I butt in?
Clarify. Tell me if I'm responding to your concern here.
So what I'm trying to say is that usually when we're saying complicit, okay, that there is sometimes understood complicity as in it's a way of proving some sort of intent or some sort of desire for these actions to take place, and I think that that's probably not true because we have a pattern of this lasting since the beginning of the state of Israel, in which they just don't punish things just in general for about anything. So I wouldn't say that it's war specific and that intent can be inferred about them liking these kinds of actions. That's what I'm trying to just clarify when we say complicity, that's not necessarily the same thing.
I agree that if the theory is that there's a special anti-Palestinian or like anti-Arab or anti-non-Jew component, we would expect to see differential rates. We would not expect to see like uniform rates across these sorts of violations. So I agree with that. I don't know what the actual state. I don't have data in front of me to look at that. But yeah, I agree with your general point that if the data were that it was uniform, then that wouldn't support a claim of anti-Palestinian. But I think Sev, I imagine, would dispute that it is actually uniform and it's not influenced by
considering the punishments. The punishments are drastically different when a Palestinian is the victim. We've literally seen this. There was one case where an IDF soldier killed a British what are they called? Not protester, activist.
Human. Oh,
yeah. He got.
They're British.
He got like fucking 14 years and served 9. a fucking massacre, and they served 3 out of 15.
There is
A
political
racist
motivation in things like
law
that as well.
system is apartheid. That does not necessarily mean it's complicit in genocide on its own. So maybe we should argue
Again,
to set the next step,
explain to
because
me-
we do all agree.
Explain to me how that has to do with the punishments of, like, when victims are Palestinians. There's not laws
what
being
I'm
applied to the
trying to
Palestinians.
say there,
The
the reason that
victims
you
are
might
the
be-
Palestinian, so they've already been dead. It's not discrimination against them. It's the fucking light punishment on the soldiers that killed them.
Correct. What I'm trying to say is that, just to be clear, when there's like foreign diplomats, or not even foreign diplomats, when there's foreign citizens, you're going to create a international crisis by like basically killing them. If you kill like 3 Palestinian people, that is just how warfare works. But if you all of a sudden you kill 3 people with British background, then you're causing an international crisis. So that's why you're usually going to get a political pressure to punish much harder than you're usually.
Why the fuck didn't they punish the what's it called, the IDF soldiers that stomped on an American Palestinian's head?
Which one?
Racism.
No, there was an IDF soldier that stomped on this American Palestinian's head in Jerusalem when he was visiting. Why didn't they punish that soldier? He's American.
I don't know about that case. Maybe.
Did the US
Doesn't
make
matter
a
if you
sta-
know
oh.
it. It doesn't matter if you know
Did-
it.
did America
The-
make it?
yes,
Did America talk about
there
that?
was. It wasn't like a fucking U.S. President making a comment on it, but there was politicians from the state that this dude was from that made a comment about it. So again, you don't need to know the
I guess
case.
the reason is because it didn't get a lot of headlines. It didn't get a lot of
No, it was out. It was all over the news.
I've never heard of it before.
I remember, I think I did see like a some sort of act against like a Palestinian American, and the politicians of that state, I believe, I think it was like some northeastern state, really did pull up a storm around it. It was pretty noticeable, and I even heard it here down south. So it's like it was out there.
Does it have to like make a headline news to be like relevant? Like I don't know. Like...
Oh, by the way, I left this detail out. Hold on, I left this detail out about the IDF soldier that served 9 years for killing the British fucking activist. The IDF soldier was Bedouin, not Jewish.
Oh.
Do you think that adds to the fact that he got punished like properly compared to Jewish IDF soldiers? Because the only other Jewish IDF soldier I saw that got punished more than 3 years is a guy that kidnapped a girl after killing her parents, raped her several times, kept her as a sex slave for like 2 weeks, and then was ordered by his commanding officer to kill her, and then he got only sentenced for the murder 15 years, and he was already seen out 5 years later.
6. It was 6 years, not 5.
6 years later, sure.
It's still atrocious. Sorry, it's still atrocious. No, hey! Don't make statements I didn't make. I didn't make the statements that it wasn't atrocious that he like only did 6 years. Yeah.
Yeah. It was just comedic.
Yeah, David, take this with a grain of salt. But I asked Copilot, I apologize in advance for relying on artificial intelligence. I asked it for studies about sentencing discrimination for crimes in Israel with a Palestinian or Arab victim, and there's a number of them within the last 20 years or so that tend to point in the direction of Seth's side of this.
Yeah, wait, to be clear, I would take that for granted without you even showing me anything that there is a racist double standard that is incorporated in these things. Like there's some sort of systemic.
So you'd agree that affects the IDF as well, right?
Of course, that affects every aspect.
Okay.
But now we should argue the extra step of this racist system also being linked to being an accessory to the crime of genocide for these specific
No, we have to agree. We have to agree that there's a genocide going on for that to be the case.
Well, genocidal
for Phineas, or not Phineas, sorry, House has agreed that there were individual actors that acted and can be, according to him, punished for genocide
to what
on
Sev
and
said-
genocidal intent.
According to the example
Wouldn't
Sev
Israel
gave,
need to
and
know that? Wouldn't Israel need to think
if I'm
or know
taking
that
that example of good
or
faith, then
genocidal?
yes, I agree that person should be convicted of genocidal intent, is what I said.
So in that
I mean,
case,
well,
being,
let's just be
That was-
direct.
that was
House,
based
do you
on
think that?
Sev's-
Do you think that
Sev's
they're?
argument that he made?
Are you?
If that is true, then I think that person should be charged for genocide. And don't twist what I'm saying, please.
Well,
Yeah.
let's stop. Let's make
Bro.
it non-hypothetical. Sev gave you like an actual case,
Yeah.
right? Do you agree that
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
case that person
People
acted
don't
with
get
genocidal
charged
intent?
for genocide.
That's what I said.
though.
Just to be clear, I
Countries
said
get charged for genocide,
Sev's
not
case,
people.
a genocidal intent is a crime. I said.
Not within a state.
So
Within a
I
state?
agree. I
For
agree
an
that the
individual
person,
person.
instead of that, come on, what? Sorry.
Wait, can I ask a clarifying
Genocidal
question
in-
then, real
Yeah.
quick? So if it's
Yeah.
countries, then so with the individuals who are charged in regards to genocidal activity in the Yugoslav wars in the 90s, like that, I think he was like a Serbian Croat. What were these people charged with? If
War
not
crimes or
genocide?
crimes against humanity, I think.
Okay.
being Serbian, that was their
Yeah.
main crime.
I believe it was
Crimes
like,
against humanity would be unacceptable. If
Okay, so
yeah.
so an individual can be charged with crimes against
I
humanity.
think it's just a different court, ICJ or
But-
the ICC.
And then would it be like?
Yeah, I mean,
Mina, I don't think you're right on the fact that states are charged with genocide. It's individuals, right?
I have a question for Phineas. I want to hear what he thinks about this. If one person who has genocidal intent kills 5 people, and a state doesn't do any action, do you think a genocide just occurred?
I would probably not use that language because I think genocide carries like a scale to it and a systematicity to it.
The term genocide
Systematicness.
changes depending on how comfortable you are with giving the fucking new definition you want to fit your fucking argument. First, the numbers didn't matter. Now the numbers do, David. Like, make up your fucking mind.
I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't say something like a genocide. I would probably say something like I would probably use language like Israel tolerates genocide.
I'll agree. And like I said about the example I gave about the Nazis that everyone just jumped on and didn't let me finish.
Stop, bro. Like, you are the worst Israel defender. Stop talking
Oh
about
my
the Nazis
goodness.
when you
I'm
defend
not
Israel.
defending anything, dude. Stop. I don't know why you're doing this now.
Don't bring up
the
the
point
Nazis.
I'm trying to make is that every army does this. Every army does this kind of vilification, and so you have to figure out what level you're able.
The Nazis gone.
Just cut out. I'm not sure. I'm at a...
Is it me or is
you
it?
accept this level? You have to.
What kind of vilification?
I mean, like for example, in a video game, I think everyone's okay understanding that people are okay just shooting up Nazis, not even caring what their story is, what their family is, or any situation like that. Now, that's the most extreme version of it. Hold on a second. That's the most extreme version of it. I'm saying that every army goes through that kind of thing, except humanity as a whole has kind of agreed that Nazis are the worst. Like, they somehow came out of hell, and I feel like that absolves them of like the human element, which like is that they are humans. They are flawed, terrible humans that deserve punishment. But I mean, in like their own places, they have their families and people love them, and maybe they were good in intention. Maybe they were good people outside of the fact that they, tried to commit genocide or whatever it is. But
good people, Jesus Christ.
yeah,
Come on.
I'm not saying this human element. They're not demons.
One at a time,
Let's all talk
guys.
at once. Let's all talk
Oh
at
my
once. Let's all
goodness.
talk at once. Let's all talk at once.
Of course, the
Yeah,
German
I'm
silences them.
I'm calling it. He's a pro-pally psyop.
So
Okay, what's wrong with you, David? Why do you keep doing this, man?
So, House, I think I understand the concern that you're bringing up, which is that, like, just because people, like, I think all of us should probably, in sober moments of reflection, be able to say that even people who commit genocidal acts and who have acted at some point in their life with genocidal intent may not be entirely evil. They may love their pets. They may be a good dad. They may be a good brother.
Yeah, but I
they
feel
may
like
be a
this is
good
taking us
son.
away from the argument so hard right now. We're like diverting like miles away.
Sure, but I don't think it takes. I think it's worth acknowledging that these people are human and that like if I could wave a magic wand, if I could wave a magic wand and make prison. If I could wave a magic wand and make prison perfectly rehabilitative and accomplish restorative justice and like weave these people back into the great fabric of society, yes, I would do all of that. The point, the problem, the reason why I think you're getting the reception you're getting from a lot of the people in this channel is because the question is about Israel systematically ignoring this kind of conduct when they should be punishing it. And if you're going to do a relative comparison to other countries, you like the American military prosecutes people all the time. We do it all the time.
Yeah,
we have an entire JAG Corps for this.
No, the point is that Seven and I had a discussion on this, and we both agreed that Israel is definitely not doing enough, and they should be punished, and Israel should be blamed for some of it. However, it should not be considered genocide. That's all I'm saying. It's a very simple thing I'm saying. I don't know why you're twisting it, Finn. Because
well, you didn't say anything about genocide. You talked about how Nazis are people. You talked about how Nazis are people too, and you didn't say we shouldn't call this a genocide. I'm just responding to the things you said.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying what level of. I'm saying what level do we call it? Like you're saying people shouldn't be punished, and I'm saying what level is it that thing is? And it's hard for Israel to gauge, I guess. But I'm saying that there are clear and cut things that you know I can just immediately agree that's bad. You know, when jumping in, being like, haha, like whatever it is, trying to jump the gun and make things like and strawman things. It's like it was way better. We didn't have any problems, right? Except even in the beginning, you said we had no argument. What?
Bro, you lost.
So
you made it. You made Israel look worse every time you spoke.
Okay, but this is like this is a meta debate, guys. There's no purpose in a meta debate. There's no purpose in a meta debate. We can talk endlessly about how the debate.
And when he was talking about genocide, bro, you're making it sound more like
genocide. No, I didn't say that. The title of this thing was David Defends Genocide. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, so you said one of the remarks you just made was about like how hard it is for Israel to gauge things. Can you expand on that remark, please? Like, what did you mean there? Do you remember making that remark? I might have misheard it.
No, I don't even remember the context of what the fuck you're saying right now.
Why are you talking to him like he's a toddler?
Yeah, like I don't understand. Yeah.
Because he defends Israel.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure that I don't misconstrue what he said.
That's just how Finn speaks, you know.
I think there have been a lot of occasions where Phineas has clarified well.
Good night, Mina.
That's how. Let me speak to that, because when Phineas explains my math homework to me, that's how he talks to me, man. So he just does that.
He gives off the guys.
Wait, do you guys want to hear how why the Ayatollah argues that Islamic government has more
really doing papers right now?
People than a republic or a constitutional monarchy?
Yes, explain.
Oh my God.
So his position is that obviously it's got more validity than like a monarchy because monarchs just kind of rule arbitrarily in whatever way that they want, whereas at least Islamic rulers are bound by the will of the Quran and the Prophet. But like, it's also better than a republic because in Islamic society, rulers are by default accent of Muslims because Muslims recognize the Quran and the Sunnah as worthy of obedience. So basically, when an Islamic ruler rules, they're just executing the will of God, which is already by default consented to by Muslims. So if you live in a majority Muslim country, like 90+%, then you've basically always got the consent of 90+% of the people, because all you're doing is the will of the Prophet, which are the Quran, which they already agree with. That's his argument.
Sounds like the Ayatollah just reinvented like Catholic feudalism.
Who's the Ayatollah again? Is that Iran?
Well, this was
that is Iran.
This was Khomeini in the
Mentorship,
70s.
that's based on a whole different level. It's like
It's Iran.
So based. So based.
By the way, Loner, recently you debated on Wick's stream that you thought that the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities were valid, and I was wondering if you could give some more insight into that
I
take.
have a better suggestion. Watch the debate.
I did, but I did, but I don't necessarily think that you, because the question was presumptive or preemptive strike, right?
I think the word is anticipatory self-defense, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, but then also, given that Iran for the last few centuries has had the capacity
about Russia.
to what?
It is.
Ignore them.
To strike Israel far larger than it has. It never has used all of its capacity to strike. Can we not say that that is an argument enough to where we can be sure that Iran would also not use just the nukes willy-nilly?
I don't know if they're allowed to.
Not really, because obviously if you have a nuke and you first strike, then you've kind of you fucked them. They're done. But if you do it with ballistic missiles, like that's less chance of success for actually finishing the job. So I can see why they'd be conservative with ballistic missiles rather than nuclear weapons. And obviously, the bigger the arsenal, the better. I don't actually recall even in the last 10 years their ballistic capabilities being anywhere near what they are now. Like that's why they were. It was only 10 years ago they were testing ballistic missiles for the first time and making everyone fucking butt mad about it. Now they had loads of them. So.
Also, the situation Israel is in is that one nuke and this country is fucking collapsed. There's like no chance.
But can you, given that we presume that Israel has 120 nukes, that's the estimate, right?
Sure. What
or am I way off?
Yeah,
could be 120,000. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever changes the argument.
In that case, any strike on Israel would be a complete suicide strike for all of Iran.
But the thing is, hold on.
You know, Muslims, they would never do a suicide attack.
Hold on. Just it's not about Muslims, for fuck's sake. They literally believe the fucking Ayatollah literally believe that they're gonna be shaheeds.
It's
Like,
against
what
their
the
religion
fuck?
to have a nuclear bomb, so they can't make one. So we don't even need to strike them to begin with, just to be clear.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much.
Go on,
Yeah,
Seb.
Joe,
What were you
never
gonna
said
say?
They literally believe they would be
I do
shaheeds
like
if
to
they
hear.
die. What do you mean? They're absolutely gonna be like, hey, let's strike them. Even if we die, let's go. Like that is
No,
absolutely.
they wouldn't do
belief.
that.
Seb, you didn't read the fatwa? You didn't read the letter they put out?
No.
It's obviously
The
against their
fatwa?
religion, bro. Quit. Stop. Yeah, they don't. Come on.
Come on, guys.
Actually, I have a question. I have a question about Iran, if I may. Like I kind of know, I kind of know the answer, but I don't really know how to verify it and like how to give a proper answer to it, because I've been facing a lot of tankies lately, talking about how Iran is like great for trans people and is openly gay friendly and all that.
Serious, bro?
Yeah.
No.
Like,
they're pro-trans.
I can share a screenshot.
anti-gay.
I can share a screenshot that I had to like, face a few days ago.
No. There's a reason for it.
Insomnia.
Because Iran is the second biggest country with the amount
Can you guys let him
of
finish his question? Can you guys let him finish his question?
Yeah. So
conversion
can someone please illuminate me or illuminate for me the details of it so that I can maybe argue it to other people a little bit better?
I'm gonna have to hold on before we continue.
Yeah, first of all, conversion is not.
Yeah. I was gonna say before we
Just
continue,
read
I would love to quote a community regular, Prometheus. Loner loves trans people, so he should absolutely tell you about this topic.
What about Iran loving trans people?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Iran's rule is that if you're gay, then
have to be-
instead of getting prosecuted, like they can transition you because then it's like if you're gay, it must be like because you have to live as a woman. Like that's the whole thing. And so they kind of go through like a forced or coerced transition process with like very poor training for doctors and very poor like access to like the right medical supplies for it, and then poor like hormone treatment regimes, and then they just end up like fucked basically. Yeah.
Imagine
and
a
also
gay
they still get the
couple.
whole
Imagine a gay couple.
is
And they're
this
arguing
forced-
which one gets to be the woman.
Is this forced
What if you're
transition
bi?
in any way historical or backed up by the Quran, or did it just drop out of thin air with this
Absolutely
regime?
not from the Quran. The Quran doesn't even talk
They're
about
Shia,
trans
they don't give
people.
a fuck.
Well, I realized
It's
that a lot
a
of
workaround. It's a work around the Quran, right? Like because the
Yes.
Quran does not permit like same-sex relationships.
Yes.
Then by making one a woman, you sidestep the problem.
Well, I
Yeah,
realized
but
that
they-
a lot of
but hold
I
on.
realized that a lot of like these Quranic appeals, especially from the Iranian regime, are just like very fucking loose. So I think because I think ever since the Prophet ascended to heaven, I think this typical Muslim belief, especially for Shiites, was that clerics would not be involved in politics. Like you would have the separation of like religion and politics, but and this was mostly the case for Shia commentators as well, but then with the Ayatollah, he completely turns that on his head and actually says the clerics should be in charge of everything. And the Quranic verse that he appeals to for that is 555, which says, your ally is none but Allah, his messenger, and fellow believers who establish their prayer and pay alms tax with humility. So the fellow believers he's saying there, that means the clerics, not the like everyone. So that's what he's saying.
So-
that because of that one interpretation of fellow believers, that's why like and every Quranic like reference for that claim is just it's all that kind of shit, right? It's all just like loosey goosey, whatever.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add about the Insomniac's thing about like sidestepping the Quran by transitioning them into women because same-sex relationships aren't allowed. Yeah, there's also a very important part of the Quran that says a man cannot act as a woman or even try to be as a woman, or like a man is a man and a woman is a woman. That's literally said in the Quran, to the point where a man can't even wear gold or silk. Like Muslim men are not allowed to wear gold or silk because it is like a sign that this is a woman. That's why you don't.
Do you know how to reconcile it in Iran? I'm asking.
They don't give a shit. What like also they're Shias. They're all kuffar.
And ironically, they use postmodernism to say that if you transition them, that they're not men anymore, and therefore they can act like women.
Okay, let me get the fucking clip.
These are like
Shia, all kuffar.
These are like
all kuffar. Hold on.
This is like Amnesty International level of citations right now. I don't know what I'm listening to.
Well, you could the fatwa came from Khomeini, so couldn't you just find the fatwa and just see what he says?
Hold on. I need to. This is the clip that I think of every time someone talks about the fucking Shia.
The confrontation attracts a large crowd to the Dawah stand.
I wonder, theologically, how do they understand?
You're probably a Shia, innit? You're probably a Shia, innit? They're all kuffar. They're all kuffar. What? Who could do anything about it?
Probably
What?
it's not clarified because
Shia
they didn't
kuffar.
really
What?
differentiate
Do
between
something.
sex
You
and
can shut what?
gender the way we might do
Yeah,
now.
It would be the
Therefore,
same as
it is
like
kind of implied that it's the
Christianity.
same thing, but
What would have happened
The
if
Mullahs
Israel
understand.
was a monarchy instead of a democracy? Like, how would our world work right now?
This is the funniest shit ever. This white ginger motherfucker in London is saying all Shias are kuffar. It's fucking.
Man, holy shit! There's so many people on this call today.
What does
Yeah,
what
one
does
point.
kafar mean? Is that like apostates
infidel.
or oh infidel?
No,
Okay.
Okay, don't. Who said infidel first? Was it David?
no, it was me. It was me.
All right. First off, it means non-believer. Infidel is like a fucking slur for like non-believers.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's like the same thing. First of all, secondly, there's not just one translation for the word, right?
Yeah, but that's what people fucking say.
I
Non-believer.
don't know
kuffar.
why you're getting pissy. Most people know it's infidel.
No, people. I have never heard the word used infidel. Like the fucking wackos use infidel.
I heard it all the time.
Infidel has like
for
an inherent militancy that kuffar does not. Kuffar does not inherently mean like you're.
I'm gonna be honest. When I hear Wahhabis talk about kuffar, then it always is pretty.
Motherfucker, what with Wahhabi? What are you gonna cite next? Ahmadis?
No, Wahhabis, the guys who shit on Shias the most and talk non-stop
Yes,
about
here
Kufar
you're not
and-
supposed to. Here, first off, you're not supposed to shit on Shia as them like it's your fucking job.
No, you aren't. I'm a Murtad. I'm not a Muslim. I can do whatever I want.
What the fuck? What? No one's telling you what you should do or not. I'm telling you that you're not even supposed to really shit on Shias. That Wahhabis and fucking Ahmadis and what are they called? Salafis? Those guys are fucking considered insane too for Muslims. Most Muslims.
Salafi? Is it Salafi or Salafi?
Salafis.
Salaf.
Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Doesn't really matter.
You probably heard of fucking Americans be like Salafis.
Yeah.
Salafi.
Salafi.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm Salafi. Inshallah, brother.
Dude, I'll get one
Alhamdulillah.
salami with pepperoni,
I'll
please.
phone him.
Mashallah.
I'm doing a heel
that's
turn
kinda
though.
racist, no?
Shia Islam's fucking base. What are you talking about? Like smacking yourself in the head with a sword until you bleed all over your white dress. That's amazing.
Go
That's
do
so
that.
cool.
Go do. You're not
Have you seen
very.
the
Hold
videos
on.
that the Iraqis get?
Loner, you're not very far from the places they do it in. Go to London. It's like
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
The New Middle East.
I want to feel the pain of Hussein. Fuck yeah, bang it. It's like
Pain of
the
Hussein,
whole
that goes
and
hard.
the fucking. And then you also got like the hidden imam, the dude who's like he went into a fucking well and then disappeared, and then he communicates like through a fucking spiritual medium, and then he disappears forever, but he's gonna come back one day, like with the occultation. It's so cool, man. Fuck.
Okay, wait,
and
hold on.
The mosque where the well is still there. You can go to it like a shrine. They got so many shrines, man. Fuck.
You are a fucking nerd.
That's so cool.
We're all nerds. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No, this guy's
like how stupid.
This guy's an
When the hidden imam comes back, you're gonna look so stupid though, right? Like if that guy just pops out of the well again, being like,
Yeah, that's what the Ahmadis said, and then their Mahdi died on the toilet.
I'm getting tired of seeing on TikTok when the 7 bells ring. Oh, bro, that's just blowing me, man.
What are you talking about?
There's some like Christian thing where a bunch of Christians are posting copy pastas about like the 7 bells or whatever, the 7
Jesus
trumpets.
loves
Trumpets. It's trumpets. Fuck.
Yeah, you're talking about the tribulation. Yeah.
Yes, bro, it's annoying.
The Marwan blazing needs to end. I know you did not just put that in your fucking name as well. Oh my.
I'm surprised it took you that long to notice. It's there to trigger you, David.
Based.
Actually, not just you, but
it's the purpose of triggering him. I agree with it. Free Marwan. What the fuck?
Loner, can I ask you a question on Ukraine?
It was a sham trial. 99 conviction rate.
I do think that he should be freed.
I can ask anybody else.
Free the homie.
Because
wait, who's talking about Ukraine? Hold on.
I want to ask a question on Ukraine, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Bro, can you change your name to some sort of animal and of Ukraine triangle person? I don't know how to say
Bro.
your name.
Nah,
His name is Charisma.
Charisma.
What?
No, but given the fact that recently the drone warfare of Russia has increased, has tripled, I believe, and currently it's at around 5,500 drones being used a day.
I'm starting to think Russia might be the bad guy.
Yeah, no, but
No,
how do you think that this will long-term affect? How do you think long-term this change in the fact that now Russia is outproducing even the drone warfare, which was one of the last cases where Ukraine had an advantage, is going to affect the war? Are we going to see a massive decline in Ukrainian positions in this summer, or do you guys not fear that much about it?
Well, Ukrainian drone production has gone up like.
I'm a believer. He's about the 180. He's gonna see the Iran stuff work so well, like actually showing some force, and he's gonna 180 surely.
I kind of want to cut in on this as well. I think when we talk about Ukrainian, like the situation in Ukraine is, and the reason why it's so positional right now, and there's no breakthroughs, is because obviously there's no air supremacy, right, for either side. So although there might be like positional changes, like especially with like if there's like the drone stuff, and that's gonna cause more casualties, especially with the like I don't know, like the whole stuff with the like Russian drones becoming more effective. Really, I mean, like that was mainly where like people were really having issues when it came to those what is
It's
the
not,
drones
as
with
far as I'm
lines on
aware,
them?
it's not per se more effective. It's that they tripled production and usage in the last few
Yawn.
months. So they went from only above 1,000 to now being at around 5,500, even being using them more than Ukraine themselves, which uses around 4,500 a day.
Whatever you want because you're chatting all. You're probably a Shia, innit? You're probably a Shia, innit?
Yeah.
They're all
I
kuffar.
mean,
They're all kuffar.
wouldn't be
What? Who
super
could do
worried.
anything about it? What? What? Shia kuffar. What?
I'm a Ukraine Blazer, so I think they got this no matter what.
Oh no, I'm as well, but
But like,
I mean, it
it's
all depends
definitely,
on like
a worry.
specifically what kind of drone. Huh?
Yeah.
Hello.
Glaze off time.
Glaze off time. Hell yeah.
Can't
It
glaze Ukraine
depends
water.
on what kind of drone, like Russia is using.
a lot
Because
of
like a
Baba
lot of the
Yaga lights.
Ukrainian, a lot of Baba Yaga lights. So like, because I know a lot of Ukrainian drones are just kind of like donated, and like they've just kind of had like 3D printed, like attachments to like civilian like filming drones.
DJI drones and stuff.
Do you guys
Yeah,
think
like,
that
in,
Shahid drones say Shahada before dying?
But recently, Ukraine
Good
has like
one.
more than tripled their domestic drone production. They're producing those little FPV drones like crazy right now.
Yep,
Now, of course,
and they're
like-
also getting a lot
Yeah,
of help
one
from
of
the
the-
Netherlands of all countries.
Loner.
Yeah, one of the big things that Ukraine wants to do recently in warfare, they want to make a drone wall. So they want the whole front line of Ukraine to be covered in a like 10 kilometer to 20 kilometer zone where it's literally just drones, so that there can't be any assaults, any like nothing.
Would you describe this zone as a zone of danger? A danger zone, if you will?
I might go that far.
Yeah.
Are you talking about that game, Danger Zone Clone Wars?
nearby. You know, Drone Zone was right there, by the way. You missed
Yeah. What sort of troop movements are going to be capable? But is this going to enable a lot of like additional maneuverability from on the Ukraine side?
Can this
a
drone-
highway.
We're turning it into PUBG, aren't we? The drones are going to encircle slowly, like getting smaller and smaller.
It's like Fortnite.
Oh right, yeah.
Can the drone drink a beer with me?
So it's pronounced Shahid, right? Not Shahid. I've heard both.
Shahid.
I hear
I
you.
mean, what is, I'm pretty sure they don't even. I don't even think they use Shahids that much anymore. I think they use the like Garan style. I don't. It's like a Russian-made version of the Shahid with like.
Every
it's
Iran
with,
style drone is a Shahid drone, buddy.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, yeah. Well, okay, whatever, man.
I mean,
They
they
do
like,
use a lot of those, but they've also changed their production capacity a lot more to the smaller end of the scale, not just the larger.
And they seem to deal with jamming quite well. I think they have autonomous guidance and other things.
who, the
that,
Ukrainians or the Russians?
both sides, actually.
It's because of those
Is it
fuck
both
ass
sides?
drones with the fuck ass lines on them. What are they called?
Oh, those
the fiber
optic
Well, yeah, but
lines.
Fiber optic fucks.
those are only good for really short distances. I'm talking like
Yeah, maximum 20 kilometers, but normally around 12, 10 kilometer-ish.
Bro, that's not a small distance. What
Yeah,
are you
that's not
talking about?
that's not that small, bro.
but compared to hundreds of kilometers required to strike targets in
I
Russia.
mean, I don't think that that regular FPVs
I
can
can
go any more
reach
than,
Cyprus in
15,
that
can they?
distance.
But the reason why fiber optic cable drones are very useful is because if you look at, for instance, Sumi, it was very difficult to strike recently, but now that they are closer, they can strike it with these fiber optic cables because they cannot easily be jammed. So they do have a very good purpose, or at least they fulfill a needed purpose. The purpose is bad; it's killing civilians and shit, but yeah.
Do you have evidence of that?
At least they have the fibers.
What, the human safaris in Kherson?
The human safari campaign?
Yeah, in Kherson.
It's not just
I never heard of this event, so it must be untrue.
The human safari, they pretty much just they like practice like drone units in Kherson to like bomb civilians, pretty much.
Not just Kherson again. It also is in Kharkiv and Sumy quite a bit. Kherson is just a very known example because it was the largest single theater of that quote-unquote campaign.
Yeah, it was also I think it was the one regional capital that the Russians managed to take, and then they lost it in that summer offensive.
No, but Loaderbox, you know
mad.
anything about that, man?
Of course
Nope.
he does.
Alright,
What?
got it.
Or maybe I'm not listening. I don't know. Sorry, I'm busy.
The human
Is
safari
there-
campaign in
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
You guys are static background noise for Loner.
Yep.
Are you
he's
playing
really-
WoW now?
We're
I'm
dynamic
honored to
background
be
noise.
the static background for Loner instead of Loner being the static background for me.
Yeah. Oh, how the turntables.
Oh, I have to, Loner, by the way,
That's
can
wild.
please continue to do debates with that one, like, what is it, Australian British guy? He's actually go to bed.
Two-tone?
Two-tone.
It's unrelenting.
At this point, we're just gonna bully
was
the
in
guy.
this
He's
chat.
already
Everyone
kind of
bully
retired.
him.
Hey, shit.
No.
Loner,
Guys,
I have one word for your... Loner, I have
When he
just
loses, you
like
just gotta
5
die in it.
seconds. 5 seconds of a video to play for you for your glazing of the Shias, okay?
I go to sleep to two-tone debates, but it's just so fun.
No, they're just
White
terrible.
as
They're the
ginger
worst.
fucking dude.
Two-tone is the worst.
It's because nothing and no.
Oh, Two-Ton is Loner's people, if you guys didn't know.
Yeah, he's the most British sounding person in the
No,
world.
he's Lebanese.
Yeah, he's Lebanese.
Yeah, that's not the British side.
Surely he lives in England.
Isn't he
though.
Shia?
He's a Shia. They're all kuffar. They're all kuffar.
Britain has fallen.
He does have a hint of bongerism to his accent.
I mean, he must know
Steph
his.
is just
He must know his
distinctly
argument.
racist
during
to
that
all other Palestinians and Lebanese and Syrians.
Wait, I remember
I don't
he
know if
was
he
bragging
actually
about
believes-
being a Husseini and not Husseini, I forgot the name, in gay baby jail. He talked about how his family are descendants of Hussein, the son of Imam Ali.
Wait, that's hard though.
Loner's really jealous right now.
Truly a Shia moment.
He's allowed to
Everybody say
wear
that, though.
black turban
No,
now.
but please keep talking about Ukraine, bro.
Nah.
Dylan also
mean,
talks a lot about Ukraine,
Yeah,
but I'm
it's-
sure you knew
Yeah,
that.
I don't understand why the
I'm
world doesn't
going
seem to care
this
about
summer.
like. There's
You're
like
going to
you know,
Ukraine?
like,
Yeah,
I mean,
to
there's like
Keith,
10.
we're gonna supply some medical stuff.
that's super cool.
You're
Fucking
so fucking
base.
lucky you live in Europe. You're so
Ace,
big.
braver than me.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Europe
I
meet its
mean-
NATO spending requirements?
Because we hate
You're
you.
fucking idiots, bro.
Because they have like healthcare and stuff.
That's why they can't spend another.
In
They
the
can, I
case
think
of
the
the
people just
UK,
don't
we
want
just
it.
kind of have a shit government.
Yeah. Well,
I think it's
yeah.
because they
No,
also
it's
think
not.
the U.S.
It's
will
not that.
protect them, and like there was
I
not
think
really
they're
any
leeches.
reason.
Yeah, they're leeches.
Also,
Okay,
I
so
do
I
I do
think
want to
Canada-
caveat that because if you look at, for instance, Dutch spending in the last 2 years, we didn't reach 2% with the sole caveat that we spend over 0.5% of our entire GDP on funding Ukraine. So I do think we deserve.
Yeah, that kind of
having
folds into it. That's correct. Yeah, you get
So,
credit for that for sure.
I can speak for Canada in that the Canadian people just don't want it. I mean, Canada's really, really left. So Canada just has no interest in spending on the military. Like anytime that anybody
Well, I was wondering
pushes
if they
for
could
that, they don't want it.
defend
Now, there's a little bit
Doesn't
different. There's a little
matter,
bit of
they
a
care
different
about the
situation right
amount.
now with, I mean, the clear, obvious, like, you
Can we
know,
invade
situation
Canada?
going on with Russia trying to push out to Germany. Pretty much, they pretty much insinuated, and China wants to take over, like. Taiwan and the Philippines and like Vietnam and probably Japan too. And she has like said this in his book, and like I mean when this guy speaks, it's like word of God, right? I mean not only the people like will the people
To me, it
believe
is.
like
When Xi
yeah.
speaks,
So I mean realistically by 2030 probably this will happen. And so I think like smart Canadians understand this now at this point. That it's like okay, it's an actual thing that they need to invest in. And honestly, in World War II, Canada did the same thing. They didn't really want to do it. And then when it came time to actually, do it, they like immediately snapped into action and did it. So I mean, Canada's
You think the threats from America
Canada's
kind of increase? Oh, sorry.
Houses.
Canada will jump to yeah.
Do you think it's
David?
justified to bomb Canada right now for being so cucked and not suspending?
I think we should bomb New
No,
York for
David.
having a
I don't think it is good to
jihadist
bomb
mayor.
Canada. Why?
Bomb New York for having a jihadist mayor.
But anyways, so I
He's a
feel-
Shia.
I
He's a
feel like-
kafir. He's a Shia. He's a kafir. Bomb him.
Do I have to take one for the team?
I feel like
die with him, or do I,
I
get
feel
to
like
leave?
I don't think Canada should be bombed, obviously, but I guess I find it
Oh my
frustrating
God.
to be like,
why are we actually
to have
entertaining
it,
this discussion
to have
here?
this like. Well, I find it frustrating
Why are we
to say
entertaining this
like
discussion?
It's a joke. It's a joke.
that was
Yeah,
just
how's
a
it as a
that was just a
Being ironic.
prefatory remark.
Who's joking?
I think that it's really dangerous to say like, oh, we'll just do it later. We won't spend now, because like part of what a defensive alliance is supposed to do is to like have hardened targets so that people don't push. Like Ukraine being a soft target and Europe like softening NATO as a target, and it's just inhibited its capability to deter Russian aggression. And so I think this like, oh, well, we'll kick it up later. Well, okay, tell that to how many Ukrainian families that have lost their fathers
sure.
or brothers.
For sure, no,
what
I
do you-
agree. But I think a lot of smart Canadians are pushing towards it. But I mean, that doesn't change the fact that probably most populations are just stupid in general. Like the majority of people are just stupid, right?
Like in the middle of a war.
What
like,
do you guys
can't
think about the
manufacture
Baltic
shit.
states and Poland leaving the Toronto agreements on anti-mine, anti-personnel mines?
Man, mine the shit out of your country. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
I think if you're gonna have
I mean, there's a balance you got to do
war,
between like raping the resources and like using the resources, right?
well,
Yeah.
in
Like, for
a
example, with the
war where you're
pipeline-
not going to be in a war with Russia, where you're going to need to like deter a land invasion. I think landmines make a lot more sense there, and I think it's kind of a luxury to be able to not rely on them. And if we were, if NATO was willing to like fly air sorties and help deter a Russian invasion, maybe we wouldn't need to use landmines. But like, if it's between, using a weapon like a landmine, which is undirected or whatever it's called, untargeted, or accepting like Russia steamrolling you sometime in the next 20 years, like, yeah, use the landmine, obviously.
Yeah, the other thing is they're gonna be mining their own territory, so who cares?
Oh, I really don't
And
care
what
about
about the
global
cluster
politics,
munitions?
'cause I'm falling asleep out of this conversation.
It's a
cluster munitions,
proliferation issue. It's a
I think
proliferation
the
issue. It
situation
doesn't
is
matter that
when-
it's their
This
own.
whole time. Wait, I
when the
just need to
war
take a
was
second.
China.
I have something very important to
I'm gonna lie,
contribute
this is a
here.
bit of a honk
Oh my
shoe, innit?
goodness.
Wait, I just need to contribute something. I thought Gombi's picture was a fucking fish all this time. It's a fucking, like, anteater with a pistol? What the fuck?
It's a revolver, baby.
So
He is
anyway,
like an
I
anteater
feel
with a Glock.
Oh, that's a Glock? My bad.
That is a very
Wait,
interesting.
I thought it was a
profile
baby
picture.
hippo. What the fuck?
I feel like the scary war is coming when China actually invades Taiwan, which will probably happen in the next 2 years, and then we'll actually see
I'm
like the
putting
real.
all of my money on nothing ever
Russia.
happens.
I mean,
Let's see. I hope so too. I hope so too. I honestly hope so too. But the fact that he has he stated that he wants to
How many
unify
aircraft
China
carriers
by-
have they built? How many destroyers have they built? You think they're doing this for fun?
Yeah, the fact that he's claimed that he wants to do this, it's like he can't go back on it. This is like word of God, you know. So yeah, it's definitely gonna happen.
I mean,
by
Epic
2030.
fails way
I
better
put my
at
money-
like talking about this bullshit than any of us. But I do know Epic.
Bro, look at
Well, I mean, I can tell you, in my opinion, I feel like by 2030 for sure it's gonna happen. But I think it's gonna happen by 2027, 2028. 2030, it's for sure.
I was about to say, I thought that already happened.
Motherfucker's late.
No. By 2030, Xi Jinping says in his book that he wants to reunify China, and when he says something, it's like the people will it's just word of God, you know. No matter what he says, he says the fucking sky is purple. Is like, sure, the sky's purple.
Yeah, but Epic Fail already outlined that most of these like projections for 2030 are unrealistic, and that most likely it'll be around 2047 instead of 2030, like,
47?
and we have an entire Congo. Yeah.
Maybe it'd be like
We have an entire
Y2K. and
Congo about
we
it.
pass.
I
We pass and
don't
it never
know.
happens.
My money's on it happening in the next 2 years. So.
That's what I said. Yeah.
My money's happening in
Yeah, like next 2-3 years. Hi, I am debt free.
Does everyone want to take a wager at when it's gonna happen, or if it's gonna happen?
No, nothing's gonna happen.
Absolutely, I love
Nothing
gambling.
ever
Happening
happens.
right now.
Wait, what? I just heard Apple say I love gang rape. Did I just hear that?
No,
I love gambling. I love
Oh,
gambling.
Jesus Christ.
Gambling,
I
slots,
have an opinion on this subject.
poker.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Bro, just send more Bradleys to Ukraine, bro.
Didn't they already give a date on when they wanted to like retake Taiwan? Or am I hallucinating?
Yeah, like
He said by 2030 he wants to reunify China, which includes Taiwan, the Philippines, and I think Japan as well. I mean,
he wants to annex the Philippines. What?
Yeah. No, parts of the Philippines. I mean, there's people already there. No, there's people. Yeah, they already went there and put flags there, and then the Philippines stationed guards on the shores over there.
Have like a crazy high
the new
population?
capital of.
But those are the Spratly Islands, right?
In the Philippines. Yeah, it was
Are
the
you
Philippines.
talking about the South China Sea?
Yeah, he's talking about the Spratly Islands, I believe, which are a different class removed from the Philippines proper IMO.
What is it?
So the Spratly Islands are specific. It's like different coral reef islands, shallow islands. Not really the main
I'm sure.
mainland.
Like, is disputed territory you're saying? Because the Philippine army is there. They sent the Philippine army there. I don't know. What,
it is the Philippines. But when you say
Yeah.
they want to take the Philippines, it sounds like you mean like the Philippines.
No. I
proper.
said parts. Yeah, no. They want to take parts of the
Okay,
Philippines.
no.
I mean, I don't think they want to take all of Japan, but I mean, they definitely want to take the islands around there.
Oh yeah.
Probably around there.
It's
Yeah, I
so
think
crazy
so,
how
yeah.
different Indonesia is from Australia, considering how close they are.
Maybe some of Vietnam.
Like they're like worlds apart, despite them being like.
But the point is,
graphically close.
The point is, America's not gonna let this happen, right? So like, that's gonna be the big war because Russia's gonna take that opportunity to invade all of fucking Europe, going to Germany, and then.
What did you? Oh, okay. You're retarded. I forgot. Every fucking Vindicta.
Yeah, I'm retarded. Thank you.
Every single kill you have is 3 people. I got low and you did fucking nothing for it. Oh, you have no argument, so you just make noises. Hit my shots? All the people you killed are people I got low. What do you mean?
Okay, buddy, that's the game. Oh no, play the game.
No, he's talking about hitting my shots, even though he's not hitting anything.
Well,
What happened to your snipes? 2
Vindicta,
people.
man.
Yeah, and Vindicta. You need to hit your shots on Vindicta. What do you mean?
He got 3 kills.
That all were low because of me. What are you on about? Do you not see my fucking assist because of it?
It's a solo game, man. So you're fucking serious.
Holy shit. Okay, I'll leave him to die next time.
Low, she saw them with a sniper. That's the game. Every hero is unique.
Alright. Okay, sure.
There's the professor.
Every hero's unique, he says. I'm about to fucking...
I see Ivy.
These people are so fucking obnoxious. This guy leaves me to die to 2v1 every time, and I don't let him die. I'm just gonna farm.
Your loyalty will be rewarded.
Three comes for you. I see Ivy.
Let's see. Cool down, cool down, cool down.
I spend
Good
life
cooldown.
to take life.
I like to hear Lornbach's opinion on this subject.
His ass is not listening right now.
Bro, this guy's not even listening, bro. Why did it?
Damn, I have been cackled.
Okay, does anyone want to say something actually serious?
Well, yeah. So David, earlier we talked about. I think it's yesterday.
Wait.
Before.
Before you do that, I want to ask.
Yo,
Loner,
David, can
Loner,
you talk to Crab? David?
What?
Are you talking to Crab?
What's Crab?
Okay.
I'm gonna give you.
You guys are talking over each other, so I'll leave this chat. It was lovely speaking with y'all. Keep it up.
How's it going, buddy?
Stay awesome. Do not randomly start shooting anybody. That is not nice. Good night.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, buddy.
Night.
Love yourself.
Kind of cringe. I love.
Eine Rüsten.
I want to.
So,
Loner, are you here?
Who's Loner, boss?
Yeah.
Hey, I want to ask you. Like, they can just cite
They're all
religion
kuffars.
because like they're the clerics or whatever, but if like another cleric disagrees with them, then what happens?
Well, they won't because it's just the whatever the decision is, it came from the Quran. I don't know. Fuck. Like in Iran, the rulers are the clerics, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What? Actually, didn't you say something earlier about this? Reminded me of what like Protestants were saying, and like the arguments that Martin Luther made against the Catholic Church about the idea that like he thought that it was silly that you had to like go through a priest as a middleman to talk to God, and you should just be able to directly talk to God. And stuff that you were saying about like Shia people, wasn't there something in there about that? It seems like what Iran is doing kind of runs counter to that. Or something like you have to go through the clerics. Is that like I don't was what I'm saying making sense? It felt like there was something similar to that with Shia people. They wanted to like keep out of the state and yeah.
Wait, are you asking me?
Yes.
I thought you were asking Sev. I'm so sorry.
No. Hey, listen. I don't expect Sev to know like anything about Shia people. He hates Shias.
They're all kuffar.
Exactly.
They play on a Brit. They play on a Brit.
Jews. Or Jews. He hates Jews.
I am the Khawarij here.
I would rather be a Jew than a Shia. I don't know what you're on about.
Wow.
You've said that many times. Yeah, no, I
Yeah, you want to know why I say it? Why I said it a lot of the fucking time? Is because my fucking dad says it. He'd rather fucking sit with a Jew than sit with a Shia.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I say because of the haircuts they are getting.
Headed to Greenwich.
I love religion. It promotes peace and love.
So David, we had talked about the use of the term genocide, and I had defended Palestinian advocates using that kind of language as a kind of sort of for its shock value and to like kind of move the Overton window to make it more acceptable and like moderate to say Israel's bad, but they're not genocidal, to make that feel like more of a middle position. For
Yeah, it
people
seems like feels like it's debate. That feels like debate rape to let that happen.
Well, I guess I was wondering, since Seb's here, Seb, do you use that kind of language? Like, do you say
What?
like Israel commits a genocide or it's complicit in genocide, or do you avoid that kind of language?
Where in Israel?
Yeah. Do you
think I'm retarded?
Not do you,
Like, what the fuck?
No, not do you say it out loud in Israel. I mean, do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
I think.
here
Listen,
on Discord, would you be willing to say?
I already said this. I arrived at the fucking idea that it is a genocide, but for different reasons than that when most people say it is.
Why do you think it's genocide?
I've already explained this like 509 times. Like
We don't have to get into it if you don't want to.
Because they're not. Your position is because they're not. They're not charging the soldiers.
They're not preventing the
racist house. It's my
Can-
own people.
You're always racist.
Hold on.
Hold on a second.
They're
Can
always
I say something? Because I have like I think that like I think part of the problem here, and this is where you guys maybe got stuck last time, because I think like some of the people were really fighting back against what Sev was saying because they were conflating it with like stupid what dumb fuck Westoids say about all this shit, and I feel like it kind of sucks that we can't have this discussion without the immediate knee-jerk reaction being like, oh my god, holy shit, he thinks it's a genocide, and like the immediate conflation, because like I think Sev made like an argument that was a lot more nuanced and like a lot better than like what stupid people who thought it was a genocide on October 8th were saying.
For sure. Yeah. However, I just don't agree with that. That's just not how genocide is defined. I mean, you can't say just
you
because
can't
they're not
even define
prosecuting people
crimes,
who have
dog. Like, what are you
genocidal
on
intent.
about? Like, you're okay.
I'm saying this is the crime is like you can charge the person for what's the word we had before? Can you remember the word?
Crimes against humanity.
Crimes against humanity. Yeah, you can charge the person
War
for
crime,
crimes
criminally
against
negligent
humanity.
homicide,
Yeah.
depraved power murder.
Yeah. Yeah. crimes against
Yeah,
humanity.
but we
I
could
would
say that,
but
like,
that's not
that
genocide.
guy
See, this is my opinion. I'm not saying Seth
perpetrating-
can't have his opinion. Yeah, I'm not
well,
saying
yeah,
Seth can't have his
obviously.
opinion. Yeah. I'm saying my opinion is that it's not genocide. That it specifically is crimes against humanity for one person. If it happens like several times in several different battalions, then yeah, for sure you can say that the country is doing something at least definitely plausibly for sure. But yeah, I would say that they're genocidal at that point maybe.
Do you think it's multiple battalions? Do you think it's happened across a bunch of different?
I don't think so, because Seth just keeps bringing that one example. And
I brought 3 examples.
I'm asking Sev if he thinks.
Yes, I brought 3 examples.
It's that Yehuda Vosh guy.
2 ways from him. I'm talking about major commanders. I'm not talking about individual soldiers or small brigades. I'm talking about commanders who command several fucking thousand soldiers.
Sure. If you can present an argument, present these 3 people.
Phineas, why are we rehashing? Phineas and House, why are we rehashing? We've already been through this.
Yeah, why are you rehashing it when you couldn't defend it the first time or the second time? Why are you doing it again?
I didn't want to kill myself enough the first time.
David, why do you keep doing this? Yeah, I don't understand.
I didn't want to get into the details of is there or isn't there a genocide. I guess.
But that was obviously what was going to happen here, and we've already been through this.
Well, I was wondering what. Well, first I was kind of wondering
and
if
honestly,
Sev
I don't
actually...
understand, Sev, why this is in bad faith now. Like we had this discussion before and it was pretty good faith.
Yes,
before,
I
so,
am.
like,
I am in bad faith
right
right now. I am in bad faith because when I have
Why?
to explain the same fucking 3 things and you couldn't fucking defend it the first time or the second time, and then you come repeat the same exact fucking like reasoning that you did the first 3 times and you were wrong the first 3 times. I don't have to repeat myself.
That's what's happening right now.
No, I didn't hear the 3 things. Send me the thing in the chat. Send me the 3 people.
The 3 instances. One general that was a fucking settler. Like, I'm not gonna fucking type to his shit in DMs. Like, if he wants to fucking listen, he can listen.
Just don't have this kind of attitude, I'm saying. Like, don't make it like I'm coming in back.
I mean, if you have to...
Combos! Meta combos!
Hey, listen, if my attitude isn't, like, suitable for you, don't talk to me. Good luck.
I'm not... I have no problem with you. I think you're a good guy. I just don't, like, know why you're coming at it like this.
I have the same issue with you as I do with David. David, like, fucking brings up the same topic. I said I have the same issue with you as I do with David. David brings up the same topic fucking repeatedly, like several fucking times a day, just to argue the same exact points for no fucking reason.
David, I'm not looking for a fight. You don't have to like have that attitude.
Okay, guys, I don't care.
Yeah. I think
Can
you're a
you,
decent guy.
Can you
have that attitude here?
So
because I'm curious. Can you post the 3 people in the chat?
I'd like to have my position hammered out, but I don't want to have to be in bad faith, Sev. And I told you this in the beginning. Like, you can look at my first message to you, Sev. I said I'd love to have discussions with you, and I'd love to get your feedback on my position, because I don't want my position to be in a bubble, right? But what, David?
Make him
is this good
no one can
faith
take
or what?
no one can take you out of context. There you go.
I don't know what that means, David.
You have to write out all your positions and then make them pretty and then laminate them and then like have a doc that says these are my positions, this is what I believe and don't believe, and then
you gotta get one of them stamps.
Yeah, you gotta get one of those nice stamps. They're gonna be locked in, don't worry, bro. Also, I have a cold shit right now.
I don't know what drugs you're on.
So Seb, I don't want to like rehash the like relitigate the specific examples.
Can you please relitigate them because I wasn't there. Just post them in the chat. Post the link in the chat.
I'll leave that work to other people. The reason why I brought it up and why I wanted to bring Sev in is there's sort of like, so Sev strongly believes that there actually is a genocide. David strongly believes that there isn't. I'm, I guess, a sort of like closer to David's side than Sev's side, but I do think that there's something basically equivalent to mass murder happening.
Me too.
But I'm okay with people. I'm okay with people. Well, I'm calling it mass murder, and I'm okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm describing my position now. So I'm okay with people who think it's mass murder but don't think it's genocide, like still using the rhetoric of genocide, and I think that's something David really strongly objects to.
I think
it has like a beneficial effect.
Tantamount to debate rape. That's what's happening because you described the position is that you believe it'll be helpful for them to debate rape you into having to talk about things you don't think you need to talk about, and instead of the actual facts of the matter, and that's good for the Palestinian side.
Yeah,
if they
I don't
just
know why
get
you're
to
phrasing this as debate rape. You're like changing the framing. Yeah, but I don't understand what the what's supposed to be. I don't understand what's immoral about rape. I don't understand what's immoral about like effect.
Wait, what?
I said I understand what's wrong about rape, but I don't understand what's wrong about like changing the Overton window to make certain beliefs more mainstream.
Yeah,
okay,
because
hold on. Can I?
Yeah, go.
Okay. Fuck. I can't remember if I there was something I wanted to say the last time we had this discussion when it came to this thing, because like no, I think that it's important, like that. Genocide is supposed to be something really, really terrible, and I don't really like the fact that it's turned into a fucking truism where we all just, where like people online just say it as if like it's been determined and it's happening, and like if you don't agree with that, then that means that you're a terrible person or whatever. I don't
that's
think
all stupid.
Yeah, I know, but like, but like, it feels like you're kind of arguing for that when you say, "Who gives a fuck? Just let them call it a genocide or whatever." And I mean, like at this point, I'm.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, at this point, I kind of don't know if I care that much anymore because it's such an exhausting discussion, and Israel has also done so many terrible things. Like back when they were still cutting off the aid, I was really starting to think that, like I was wondering, okay, at this point maybe it might be. Now I'm back to like it probably isn't, but I mean it could be. And also like really, I feel like the case that Sev has made is certainly stronger than a lot of cases that other people have made, at least for like this one dude. Like
It's
if you can
two
charge
dudes
us, like him. Or the two dudes, Yehuda Vosh and the what was the other guy's name? Golan, I think.
Yehuda Vach?
Yes,
So,
Yehuda Vosh.
To bots in general.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not endorsing that kind of rhetoric.
Yeah.
The kind of rhetoric I'm talking about is where is basic because like Seb doesn't do that. Seb comes in and he talks about genocide and he points to things and he says, "Look, there is a genocide happening." And
It's probably like the only person on earth that does that.
But I think for someone who has beliefs closer to mine or closer to David's, who nevertheless says that like effectively Israel is enabling a genocide or talks about a slow motion genocide or a de facto
They've been saying that is the
genocide.
funniest shit ever.
Hold on. Did you just say that I agree with that? Sorry?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, did you just say that
No, what I said what I said was people who agree with David about like there's really significant like war crimes happening where people are being murdered, right? And that people describe this as a slow motion genocide or a de facto genocide or a genocide, right? They're exaggerating. It's an exaggeration for like rhetorical emphasis. I think that kind of stuff is still kind of
should they call it a Holocaust?
I was gonna ask, like, yeah.
If it would be even better if they called it a Holocaust, though, because that would put even more emphasis, right?
No, because I think at that point you're getting too far away from the facts on the ground.
Your Jew code in it.
I think that if it was
genocide.
Yeah.
No, because I don't think the Holocaust and genocide are like synonyms for each other.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think a lot of the people who are trying to call it genocide are doing it intentionally. I think a lot of people who are trying to call Israel a genocidal is intentionally doing it to inflict. What?
Yeah, those people are bad.
I just read Goistapo in chat. I'm just flabbergasted by that word.
Yeah, I'm saying that they're trying to take away the claims that Jews are making for themselves now.
Yeah, here's my
if you have,
that's
you
bad.
can have a
I
good
agree,
faith
that's
discussion
bad.
about this, and yeah, that's fine. But if it's just doing that, like you can see in certain cases, like with regards to like the ICJ rulings and like Ireland or what's it called, South Africa, you can see that both those countries have their own agendas and they're trying to play out their own histories into this. But I mean, it's more nuanced than that, and I don't think they realize that.
Sure. Yeah, I think that kind of manipulative stuff is bad. Here's my problem. It feels like if you don't say the word genocide, it's really hard to get fans of Israel to like look at the bad stuff that happens. And so it's almost like a shibboleth.
Wow,
I
wish that you
Like,
didn't say that.
I
No,
personally,
I'm
when
sorry,
I'm
no.
debating someone who is a Zionist or whatever, and I don't mean like the way that like Westoids say Zionist as in like just someone who likes Israel. I mean like hardline Zionist. I tend not to say the word genocide because to them that's a thought terminating cliche, and at that point you can't really go anywhere.
Israelis will take your
what's your
Israelis
strategy?
Specifically will take your
I'm not
arguments a
for
lot more
any kind of-
seriously if you don't use that word.
Yeah, what's your strategy like when you encounter people who are like really stubborn or really dismissive? Like anytime you bring up something bad, they'll like do like whataboutism. They'll like not really take the case against Israel seriously. What's your strategy for dealing with that? Like, what have you seen work really well?
Mostly, like, if they're using whataboutisms, like, you can try pointing out how ridiculous the whataboutism is, depending on how ridiculous the whataboutism is.
Uh-huh.
You know?
And normally when they use the whataboutism, the idea would be you just bite the bullet.
Yeah, like if they're like, I'm trying to think of, like if you're trying to get them to acknowledge war crimes in Gaza and then they bring up October 7th, then yeah, like you would just say, yeah, that's really fucking bad. Can we talk about this other thing now or something like that, you know, like instead of trying to defend it or whatever, which is unfortunately a problem that people will run into. Or like if I'm arguing in favor of the Palestinian side against like more crazy or no, if I'm arguing against if I'm arguing the more like quote unquote pro-Israel side against like crazy lefty people and they start talking about the Nakba or whatever, obviously like I'm gonna say yeah, the Nakba was really bad instead of like trying to fucking defend it or whatever, which unfortunately is a problem that sometimes
you have to do the Destiny meme. You have to do the. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, like I see Israelis doing that shit a lot though, like where like they will try to like justify it or whatever, and usually I will just say like, yeah, that shit's really fucking bad. You know,
I
like
was more thinking about like hardline Western like Zionist types, not really much about like Israelis.
Actually, I shouldn't say Israelis. I don't know if they're Israelis. I mean, people on Twitter that I argue with. Some of them are Israelis, I think, and then some of them are.
Why would you
probably
ever argue
American?
with
Because I hate myself.
I guess what I'm thinking is more about.
Actually, it's called X.
I was thinking more about situations where there's like a
my favorite person on X.
action or policy that you want them to endorse, like, hey, like we should get rid of Netanyahu, or hey, like we should enact this policy. I feel like a dynamic that I see frequently is, at first it appears that there's a lot of disagreement. There's a pro-Israel side and an anti-Israel side. And then the pro-Israel side says like, oh, well, I agree, I critique Israel too. And then they kind of get subsumed into the anti-Israel side. And it seems like there's no disagreement whatsoever. But then like when it comes to like what changes should Israel actually make and what should Israel actually be doing differently,
that's where
then it like separates again. And they're like, oh, actually they don't need to change. They're doing everything great. They're doing just fine.
For sure. Yeah. No, it becomes definitely difficult in the future because, I mean, everyone can agree that mistakes were made in the past. I mean, everyone universally can agree that mistakes were made in the past, right? It's just the future becomes difficult because there's only one, like, actual future and there's many possible futures, right? So, like, I mean, the problem is that the possibilities have dwindled because, I mean, there's not much will both sides have to move forward, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I've had this debate endlessly. Often it's hard to figure out what.
So like,
and honestly,
like take something take a problem that everyone agrees. Like, there should be like more prosecutions of people who kill.
Today is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. And today is a precedent. Just want to let you know that.
Very good.
Panda.
So like, what frustrates me is that like the solution space seems like very closed. Like like people will admit, yes, there's a problem, but then like they just leave it there, and they're just like okay with what Israel
For
does.
sure.
Like,
Yeah,
how do you,
I
how do you
condemn that. Yeah, I'm not
dislodge
for that.
someone out of that view to actually be like, no, like we need to elect someone, we need to vote differently, we need to change
I
the,
think
we
that
need to like
change will
change
happen.
like a lot of stuff about Israel.
Okay, so honestly, I think that change will happen once Hamas is done. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Israel
Doubt
to make
it.
that change.
That
once
change,
Hamas is
that
still in
change
power.
didn't
And
happen
once-
before
once-
Hamas existed.
I know. Let me speak. Hold on, guys. Come on, guys. Let me speak, please.
No, but you're saying something you don't understand.
No, let him speak.
Why
Let him
would you
speak.
say that?
Let him speak. Can I push back after you speak?
Yeah,
About
please.
that?
Anyone can push
please,
back. Just let me speak, please.
speak. Have your point. Yeah.
I feel that once Hamas is gone, then Israel will feel the burden of being able to say, okay, there's a sigh of relief now, because there's still the hostage there. And I told you from the beginning, Israel would have ended this war on day one if they were released the hostages and given up. All the deaths.
they wouldn't.
I mean, even though I'm attributing, I'm not saying that Israel is blameless, but I'm saying all of the deaths have a lot of blame. Like Hamas is to blame for a lot of the deaths. That's for sure. I mean, anybody who says otherwise is just in complete bad faith.
Except wait,
okay, so there.
Okay, Insomniac, you go. You wanted you bid, so go for it.
Yeah. So there are forces in the Israeli government that have a lot of influence. Unfortunately, a lot of them are in the coalition, which independently of Hamas being dismantled or not dismantled, would want to stay in Gaza. They would want to do more there. They would not want to pull back. If this is on us to change how we view it. It's not an external thing that will happen. External things that will happen can make it easier for us, can bring us closer to that edge, but it's something that we have to do. Like it's something that Israelis have to do, and something that we need to understand.
For sure.
We also, I agree that as much as I agree that Palestinians need to take, responsibility for their lives, I also agree that we need to take responsibility for it, for what we do.
100%.
And this is part of that responsibility that we're gonna need to take. It's maybe not like a huge debate take, but yeah, that's my pushback. Sev, you wanted to go?
One sec, fighting someone.
I feel like once the war mentality is done, then it'll be completely, the public will be completely open to negotiations and trying to restart life.
I don't think the government will let the war mentality be done even after the war will be done.
Well, I mean, there's obviously going to be like they're going to have to de-indoctrinate people. I mean, so there's going to be some kind of occupation. I mean, that's expected.
Who?
I mean,
Israelis?
Oh yeah, no. Let me actually fucking say it.
Yeah.
You said earlier that they would like
both sides.
like
Let's say both sides.
Let's hold on. They will feel the
If
pressure.
If you're saying that in good faith, let's say both sides.
My house. You said that like as soon as Hamas. I understand. Sure. I'm talking about. You said that as soon as Hamas is gone, Israel will cave into the pressure of the fucking bad shit and start punishing bad shit. They didn't punish bad shit from 1948. Hamas didn't exist in 1948. Like they didn't punish it for Israeli citizens.
Understand.
No, you don't understand because you made a point that doesn't work with it.
I'm not doing that. Okay, let me answer then, please, because that's why I gave that comparison between the video game. It's that every government has that kind of thing where they accept there's a point where especially if you're in the army, you consider the other side as some kind of monster, and you have to in order to shoot a human being in the head. I mean, it's a fucked up thing, and that's why I don't want to go to war. If somebody wants me to go to war, I'll go to the moon before I go to the war.
Okay.
I'm not going to war for anybody.
Before you continue this dumbass point, we've already established that other governments punish their soldiers for this behavior.
Why is my point a dumbass point, Sev?
Because I just said why. What the fuck? Other governments already punish soldiers for doing the inhuman shit that IDF soldiers do.
No, I agree that. I agree, for sure. They should be punished more. I said this like 20 times. I don't even know like why we're back on this. They should be punished way more. They should be like executed even. Like I'm okay with like that on some level on some of these people, Sev. I don't know why you keep pushing back on me on that subject. We agreed.
We already
Execute those
like my
motherfuckers.
point is it's
All
not
the
that they
guys that
should
you
be
said,
punished or
execute them.
not. My point is
Yeah.
this change that you think is gonna happen is not gonna happen.
I feel like once Hamas
I
is
don't
out
want
of
your
power,
feelings.
there's more of a push.
Like, bro,
That's fine. I'll give you my
I just
feelings.
refreshed for Abu Ghraib, and apparently it was 11 soldiers that were punished, 0 high-ranking officials were criminally charged, and 0 private contractors were punished. And the highest was 10 years, the second highest was 3, then 6 months, a year.
So we're gonna popsicle in Israel. Well,
Yeah,
matter of
they
fact,
should
the guys.
definitely be punished.
Hold
There should
on.
be a lot more. They should reform the
11
whole
soldiers
system
were
and-
arrested, that was about it.
I
Okay.
agree, Sev.
Hold on. Were the soldiers that like raped the Palestinian prisoners? Were they ever like charged with anything?
What does that example mean? How do they rape them? Is this
Oh,
like
no.
proven?
Oh no.
I didn't hear about this. I don't know. Like what?
Yes, yes, it
Video of
happened.
that?
Let's not litigate it.
They legit grabbed a metal rod and shoved it up their asses.
Okay.
What's in that
Should
prison?
yeah. Of
Don't
course
bite
they
the
should. What do you mean?
bullet. Don't bite the bullet, please, 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 please. Okay,
Okay.
good.
Sodomy. So,
I
so
really don't know what's
House.
going on.
So, what's your response to Seb's point about the fact that this Israel's leniency toward this kind of conduct and refusal to punish this kind of conduct came way before Hamas. So why do you think it'll end after Hamas? But what's your response to that argument?
I didn't say that universally. I said that once Hamas is done, there'll definitely be a push towards doing that because it's like otherwise, then you can see that it's cruel and unusual because there's nothing there. It's like what do you want from them?
This is wait. And this guy
claim.
is gonna explain his position. This is his position.
Why can't I just explain my own position, David?
No, I look at the side and tell me that's not.
I don't know
that's
why,
not
like, you know.
Well, the question isn't about what he thinks is bad. The question is about what he
What is
thinks will
that,
happen in the
destiny?
future. Sev thinks that it's unlikely that this is going to change, and it sounds like House thinks it is likely that it's going to change. Or maybe not. Like, House just thinks that they'll try to change it. Do you think it's actually likely to change in the next, 10 years?
I mean, I should hope so. I think they will, yeah, for sure.
Okay, why do you think it will?
I feel like once the hostages are back, there's no push towards anything. I mean, it's like, yeah, there's absolutely no reason for Israel to continue. Like, it just.
Where
yeah,
settlements stop?
What reason did Israel have to not punish this kind of behavior in the 1950s and the 1960s?
What about the 1950s and 60s? What does that mean?
Right. The question. Well, the question was, maybe you didn't hear the first part of it. The question was, what reason did Israel have to be lenient toward this behavior in the 1950s and the 1960s? Like, they don't have this behavior because of the hostages. They have this behavior because they've always had this behavior. That's what Sev's argument is.
I mean, they're fighting for like the country. It's in dispute. I mean, they're gonna have some. I don't know what behavior you're talking about specifically. That they have
The
this behavior,
leniency
like
toward
behavior has
prosecuting people who kill
Behavior has changed
Palestinians,
significantly
people who
since the
rape
1960s.
Palestinians, people who assault Palestinians,
in the 1990s.
people who commit property crimes against
In
Palestinians.
the
That's what we're
1990s.
talking about.
Wait, Sand said that
Oh my
the trial inside Taman started this week. By the way.
Oh my god.
In the 1990s,
Yes.
like before they built the wall, like people were blowing up buses, and I mean, like it was insane. Like
You think this
there's
is gonna
a reason
stop?
they built that wall.
Wait, hold on.
About
The
this
wall?
again.
What does the wall have to do with the fucking leniency on soldiers?
I'm just saying they're gonna work it out in some way. I feel.
Okay, then you
definitely
don't know
after the
Israel. You don't know anything
Hamas
about Israel then. You haven't
What?
researched anything.
Well, you see, after they built the wall, things calmed down, dude. I don't know
What
what
does
you're
that have
talking
to do
about.
with the leniency with soldiers?
I'm saying one, yeah, but because you're not understanding what I'm saying. What part do you not understand?
Yeah, okay, you're right. They built the walls and then built settlements right over the walls. Like, well, okay, well, what does this have to do with leniency on soldiers?
I mean, that's a different discussion, Sev.
Yes, you are talking about a different. You're talking about a different discussion. What does the wall have to do with leniency on soldiers?
I'm saying that in that situation, like they realized that once the wall was over, like things stopped. It's like I don't know what you're saying that
But the
you think
leniency
that
towards
that not-
soldiers continued. They were still lenient towards soldiers.
Also, it didn't stop. It
Yeah.
lessened somewhat. It made it easier.
for sure. Yeah.
to,
It never stopped.
manage.
I mean,
it made it easier to manage. It didn't
But
stop.
Insomniac, it's not
I
the
mean,
conversation we're having. We're
a
having a
lot of
conversation
the
about
certain
about
situations for
soldiers,
sure. I mean, but yeah, it
Yeah,
didn't stop.
I know. It's just saying things that like.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
to force
nitpicking
the
on
regardless.
things.
Yeah.
Anyways,
House, we're talking about soldiers being tried or not tried for their crimes. Not about walls,
I
not
agree.
about anything. Can you address that?
I think soldiers should definitely be tried for their crimes.
No,
if
we're not
they...
asking what you think. We're asking what
are you asking?
I'm gonna start speaking.
world.
I'm gonna start speaking. Hold on. I'm gonna start speaking to you like Phineas
Oh my
speaks to you.
goodness.
Randoms in my team doing whipping mid since 30
So
seconds. idiots.
remember the question. Like we're all on board. I think everyone agrees.
guys
I don't think
need
there's
to
anyone,
spread
even David, I think that's mean to say, who would say that the soldiers shouldn't be punished. Right? I think everyone agrees that they should be punished, and everyone recognizes that it's wrong that they aren't punished. The thing is, what we've got like two sides here: an optimistic side, which I'm going to put you in that camp, House, who says after Hamas is gone, this leniency towards soldiers, it's going to go way down. We're going to start punishing the soldiers again, and it's going to come soon, like within our lifetimes. Right? That's like the optimistic side. The pessimistic side, the pessimistic side is Seth, who says, no, like, you can get rid of Hamas as much as you like, you can build as many walls as you like, but there's like the reasons that this leniency exists in Israel is supported by a whole bunch of other things other than Hamas. Hamas is just one additional justification. There's a million of them left. And so knocking out Hamas is not going to remove the support for this leniency. And so we're going to keep this leniency until we knock out, we've got a lot more work to do before we're going to make any progress toward removing the leniency. That's the pessimism.
For sure, Finn.
Yeah, so what's your argument for, so the argument for the pessimistic side is, look how invariant, look how continuous the leniency is, regardless of the historical circumstance, regardless of whether they're at war, regardless of whether they're at peace, regardless of whether there's economic prosperity, regardless of whether there's poverty, right? It's just like the leniency is continuously there. And so, like, why think that this one factor, this Hamas factor changing, is all of a sudden going to produce this big difference? That's the argument for the pessimism. Because what's the argument for the optimism side? What's the argument over there?
The argument I'm making, Finn, I don't know what side you're putting me on here. I'm not on a
was
like,
it unclear? Was it unclear if the optimism pessimism was unclear? You agreed. That's so dishonest. It is so dishonest what you just said.
Why?
When I described the positions, and I said the optimism and the pessimism.
It's not dishonest. He didn't understand. Explain it.
Well, when I said the optimism and the pessimism side, you agreed. You said yes, that's my position. And David said, "Did you really? Is that really his position?" And you said yes, that's my position. You agreed that I was describing your position perfectly well when I was describing the optimism case. And then all of a sudden, when I got to the end of my question, you said, I don't know why you're calling me. I don't know why you're saying that I'm this optimistic guy.
I said I am optimistic. I never said I'm not optimistic. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna kill myself.
You said I don't know why. You said I don't know why you're trying to put me.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Hang on. You said I don't know why you're trying to put me on a side. I'm not on any side. Like, he was clearly laying out. Like, listen, this is the framework for this conversation.
My position is my position is that I feel like once Hamas is done, then Israel has more pressure to feel like to lift any of these burdens. I feel like right now they don't feel like they're under pressure. Who the fuck is yelling at me?
That's
We're all yelling on the inside.
That's what you agreed to, and you just restate.
Okay, you know what? I'm done with this. Someone you can argue with David. I'm done arguing here with
Hang on.
Argue with David.
You're accusing
David
me.
likes doing this.
Meow, meow, meow.
David likes doing this.
Do you guys now
I
understand
know.
why I'm not speaking in a polite, well-mannered voice? Like,
No,
fucking
I'm trying,
give me a
Steph,
break.
I'm trying, Steph, and you're doing this, so
because you're
you can argue
Israeli.
with David.
Say that, but
Yeah.
nobody follows. It's fucking low.
If you want to do this, Steph, just argue with David, because I'm not doing that. If you want to have a proper discussion, we can sit down and do it like, you know, in a civil tone. But if you want to have this kind of thing, and Finn, you too, argue with David, because David likes doing this.
We're not trying to.
David, you like doing this?
No, you're looking for drama here, and yeah.
No, I'm looking for an argument. That's it.
Before you guys came in, what's his name? Spider came in here. He's like, oh, no drama, and then he left.
All I'm looking for is an argument.
Drama actually started here.
Are we Spider?
The only thing I'm looking for is an argument.
And Marusi was here from the beginning of this conversation. She saw how civil it was since the beginning. It was only when like you three came in here that it became uncivil.
Look, I'm perfectly fine being civil. If you feel that I mischaracterize your view, that's fine.
Yeah,
if you don't like the optimistic, pessimistic thing, if like now that's chafing against you, that's fine. But
Time out. Time out. Time out. Maruzzi has been gone for the past like 3 hours. So yes, it was civil to begin with, but don't put my name in there because I don't know what all y'all crazy people were up to.
No, I'm just saying, yeah, for sure, yeah, for sure. I'm not trying to say anything, but she was here from the beginning, and she was here for about an hour at least, and she thought it was totally cool. Yeah, no, I'm just.
Okay, so how do you understand the like optimism thing? Like it's gonna change in our lifetimes.
Okay, when you say optimism thing, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, dude, stop putting words in my mouth. All I'm saying is that I feel like once Hamas is gone, I feel like there's less restrictions. That's it. Stop putting me in any kind of camp. That's it. That's all I'm saying. And I'll end it on that. If you want to argue more on this, argue with David. I'm done.
Okay, well, that's fine. I won't argue anymore with you. It is. I'll just say, for someone who is concerned.
Bro,
That's
Phineas,
fine.
just drop it, bro. We'll talk about it another time.
For someone who's concerned with civility, someone just like asking you, "Hey, this is how I understood your view. Is that accurate?" Accusing them of putting words in your mouth when they do that is a little rude.
We talk all the time. I don't know why right now.
Enough matter. Just drop it. Just drop it. Just drop it. Everyone drop it, please.
Sure.
No house.
I'm sure he's overwhelmed.
If I'm being unreasonable, I invite critique.
It's okay. Just let's drop it.
No. It's like I would love to hear that debate again in a smaller like place where you can both speak and like listen to each other. Like I think you're misunderstanding each other.
What did I misunderstand? I would love to hear you say what I misunderstood. Go ahead and tell me what I misunderstood.
You know exactly what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean.
If you're not on your best
behavior, you and he misunderstood you, and we're going in circles, and it's not gonna get better right now.
I think you should change the topic.
What the fuck? They're making a new Jujutsu Kaisen movie?
Yeah, I don't think I misunderstood anything. I don't think I was talking past anyone.
I think you should both have a debate with a moderator or something. That would be kind of funny.
No, we had this
Phineas
was the moderator. It was doing a great job.
Okay, yeah, let's chill. Hey, Sev, what was the game that you were playing on your stream? It looked like Dark Souls something, but it was like first person.
Oh, the Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah, it looks very
Skyrim.
Also, yes.
Bro.
As a person who missed a bit of the conversation, who are the three guys? Are they like doing genocide in Israel?
It's Yehuda Vach and I think the other guy, the general guy who was like fired earlier on. His name was I think his last name's Golan, but it's not like it's not Yargolan. Oh yeah, it might have been Golan.
Is there a good argument for them doing genocide or?
No, the point is that they did like Free Fire Zones, and Free Fire Zones is close enough to genocide, so we call it genocide.
Well, no, that's not okay. That's a little bit. No, it's more like.
And because he's a settler psycho, so we can assume a genocidal intent beneath his like Free Fire Zone.
They've been doing genocidal acts under genocidal intent, but you could say that you could only convict the state of genocide and not certain people. So they've been just doing crimes against humanity.
That's not true. That's not. It's individuals. I think someone clarified that you can only do individuals.
Even in the ICJ?
Well, for genocide, it's the ICC. No, I'm not sure.
No, ICJ is for a state doing genocide.
I don't know. There was a international law guy who corrected it and said genocide is for individuals. But if you can be complicit anyway.
You can fail to prevent genocide as a state, and then the individuals can do genocidal acts.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the state itself has conducted a genocide. It just means it has failed to enact.
Yeah, that would.
It's an easy mistake to make. It's an easy mistake to make because the.
I'm just gonna mute and look. Look, this guy was calling me shit because he had more kills. Look, the damage. I beat him in damage. He's talking so much shit when I just beat him in damage. I didn't even health swap all that much. It's fucking crazy. How'd you... Bro, you... Fucking hell. No, GG's. Okay.
What is Israel like?
Okay, so post Holocaust, who was stood trial? Like the Reich or
you mean like
Hitler?
the Nuremberg trials? You mean like the Nuremberg?
Well, that wasn't the ICC.
Honestly, I don't know how the Holocaust, like the Reich German, like the Third Reich genocide was persecuted. So
Okay, so I can kind of explain a little bit. Loner might know more than me, because this is like going back quite a few years. Obviously they didn't. A lot of the top guys committed suicide. So did Himmler. Like the people who you would say were the main perpetrators. But they did have other people like Rudolf Huss, who was the commandant of Auschwitz, and he was executed. I think he was charged with crimes against humanity. I think. I don't
Who
think that.
executed him?
The Allies at the Nuremberg trials, because this was before
Before the
they.
UN.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was like because this was right after World War II, right?
Yeah.
They didn't like I don't think they hadn't written the Geneva Conventions or any of that yet. I don't think that they did that. But I mean, I would imagine that the Nuremberg trials were something with regard to that. Some other people served prison time. I think they got Goering too, and they also he was also executed. Albert Speer served prison time. I think Goering was executed.
Yeah, and I guess the rest just escaped to Argentina.
Well, I mean, yeah, and then they got a bunch of like lower level people. Goering was like the top, like the highest up Nazi that they got. And then later on, the Israelis got Eichmann. But
yeah, Eichmann in Argentina.
Yeah.
That was an international tribunal of sorts, right? And
Wasn't it even just a local Israeli thing?
I wonder if I'm gonna kill myself anymore if I hear this conversation.
Yeah, I'm not on a debate team, so.
My Discord crashed.
Good.
For a brief second. Yeah, there were too many people in here.
It's a mercy.
Yeah.
Wait, is this a real rule? Has this ever been a real rule, or was this just a meme that the mod that banned you or put you in gay baby jail has to be the person that takes you out, or else you stay there forever and ever?
David, I'm in the VC with you.
Is it real? Is that a troll? I can't tell from being trolled.
Not a troll. I'm not gonna like take away something that Embo did without talking to Embo first. I have no idea what happened between him and Embo.
He's already on
Embo.
gay baby. What?
No, not me. Some DVD Derek who's like a hutch mod has been like gay baby jail for 6 months for saying something about Hawaii.
That's harsher than
you
Israel.
need to talk to the person that you actually have the problem with. I'm not going to pass a message
like 9 times. He hasn't said anything.
To Embo. Like, he needs to talk to Embo. It's
Beat Embo in a debate and you'll get him free.
To go to Embo's Pokemon gym and beat him.
Debate your way out of jail.
Your case.
Pussy.
You guys had a way out of gay baby jail, but now that's gone because no one else puts in the effort.
So, am I getting this right? So the Nuremberg trial was like an international tribunal, and after that, what is the agreement that deals with genocide?
It's the Geneva Convention. It was like the Geneva Convention, I think, or the
Isn't
Geneva.
isn't there like a
There's a
specific thing for
conviction.
genocide, like a specific conviction for genocide?
Yeah, the Geneva
genocide.
Convention on the Prevention of Genocide or something like that.
I think there's a little like separate genocide convention or something.
Yeah, I don't think it's the
Yeah, it's the Genocide Convention. That's it. But it's part of the Geneva thing. I think.
But what about if you have groups who are causing corruption and harm to human society, like Ayatollah in the 70s when he's arguing that Islam needs to be prepared to subordinate individuals in the collective
Are
interest
you
of
still
society.
talking about Iran?
Root out
You just want
that
to
are corrupting human society, yeah. Like the
What?
Jews with Bani Qurayza, they were a troublesome group. They were causing corruption to Muslim
mean-
society, damaging
mean
Islam and the
Quraysh?
Islamic State. And the most noble messenger eliminated them. That's what he did. What about that?
Lorna, did you just want to tell us about that? Is that what that was?
Well, I was reading about it and I thought it like didn't feel like a shoehorn at all into your conversation.
Right.
This is like
It's not a
I'm not
shoehorn,
buying
it's a
that
rhino
one, buddy.
horn.
Seth,
What was the
how do you pronounce
connection?
this word? The Jews of Bani Qurayza? Is that how you say that?
I need to see
Bani
the Arabic
Qurayza.
one.
Qurayza.
I also
In
get
Medina,
paid.
right?
I also get
Wait,
paid
is
for
it
pronunciation.
Arabic or
and
is it Iran? Is it like
No,
Arabic or
excuse me.
Farsi?
When I ask Sev a question, I don't need fucking 50 retards to start jumping in and tell me their fucking life story. Jesus Christ, Sev. You have to- what was
Can
the-
you send me the word if you want? Like
Oh, it's
Arabic?
somewhere in Medina.
helpful. Hold on. Bani Qurayza. Hold on. How's it in Arabic?
The Battle of the Ditch, the 5th year of Islam.
Are you researching about the group of Jews that betrayed the prophet?
No, they're just being mentioned in the Ayatollah's.
Because I
treatise.
think
That's the one that
wait, hold on. I think this is like the tribe of the Jews that like they're the reason the Battle of Khaybar happened, because they betrayed the prophet and sided with the people who were trying to kill the prophet, and then when the Muslims won the battle, they fled to hide in with the Khaybar Jews, and the Khaybar Jews wouldn't give them up, so the battle happened.
Is he saying that they collaborate with the Meccan force? Is that who they are? The Meccan?
Yeah,
force?
Meccan forces, because like prophet was originally from Mecca, and since he would started new religion, and smashed some statues that they were worshipping, they didn't take kindly to that, so they chased him out of Mecca and wanted to kill him. So he sought refuge in Medina, and those people, the tribe of Jews was living in Medina, and they conspired with the Meccan people that wanted to kill the prophet to like ambush him.
Oh no.
So let's see.
But then the most noble messenger, peace be upon him, eliminated them, didn't they?
Well, the Muslims won the battle, so let's see.
But did they actually like kill them all? Because it's saying Ayatollah is saying they eliminated. Is that what he did? Or
I'm gonna be real with you. Sorry for interjecting.
Everyone
but
in
a
this
lot
tribe
of
was
these
killed.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone in this tribe and everyone in this Jewish tribe was executed. I'm pretty sure. Like even young men. They said young men. I don't know about children and women.
everyone in the tribe was a combatant. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, sure. That's how Iran views
Hey,
it.
fuck yeah.
Hold on. Banu Qurayza. Bani Qurayza. That's how it's
Qurayza,
yeah,
okay.
Bani Qurayza.
Damn. So every Jew is Hamas.
Every Jew is Hamas.
It's fucking mental, isn't
Hey,
it?
let me actually read about it. I don't remember if they killed the children or not.
It says the menfolk of the tribe were put to death for their treachery.
Okay, the menfolk. Okay, I didn't know if they.
Well, I'm reading this in the. Obviously, this is by a fucking Iranian propagandist, but yeah.
But here, for what's it called? The problem is with the Jewish source about this story is that the Jews did nothing. Like they just got killed. They did nothing. They didn't betray the prophet or anything. They just got killed.
Whoa.
So I'm sorry, I'm not gonna fucking believe that. Especially because especially because the prophet stories. Half of the prophet stories about how much he was like friendly with the Jews, and then suddenly he wants to murder a tribe of Jews for no fucking reason.
What do you think the reference is that they were causing corruption in Muslim society?
In Medina, because what was it called? I think there was like they dealt in riba, which is like absolutely a no-no in Islam. Riba is I think in English it's called interest. It's called interest, right? Like dealing with interest, because you're not allowed to you're not allowed to take advantage of interest or deal in interest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that.
Fucking bankers.
That, and also I'm not sure, but I think I read this is ages ago because I'm recalling fucking history from like high school, or like religious classes. It was fucking what are they called? Brothels.
Yeah.
I think brothels.
I'm gonna say they were fucking around.
They were
Like
fucking
the one that Hassan went to?
What?
Whoa.
No, I'm just doing a rape review for the Jews of Bani Qurayza.
Jesus.
And it seems like they were fucking around.
I wasn't paying attention, but I can't tell if I'm being trolled right now or if that's actually what was being talked about here.
Yeah, this guy literally derailed the conversation.
Welcome to David.
Me.
Kind of. To talk about Jews being raped. Was it Jews being raped in medieval times? Is that what we're talking about now?
No, I was using it as a euphemism. They weren't actually.
Hold
I
on.
don't know if they meant to rape.
Norman Stillman argues that the Muslim historians had invented this agreement in order to justify the subsequent treatment of the aforementioned general agreement by their alliance to the two Arab tribes not to support an enemy against him. Apparently, there was also another factor that I forgot, that Muslims said that they had a deal with this Jewish tribe and not to side against them with the Meccan people, but they went behind their back and did. But what's it called? This historian says that Muslims made this claim up.
Oh.
Norman Stillman. Stillman sounds like a Jewish name, sorry. Okay, he's in a podium at Barilan University. He's definitely Jewish.
Do you think there was like a Muslim Hagari running around pointing at the dead Jews and being like, "Listen, these are no ordinary Jews.
These are terror Jews."
I think I have Stockholm syndrome. I keep accidentally returning back to gay baby jail and writing in there.
Norman Arthur Stillman. Yeah, he's a Jewish American academic historian, Orientalist. Why is that a title?
Jews.
Wait, why is it
unhappy Jews?
Hold on, why is it Orientalist one of his titles? Isn't that like
because
a bad
he
thing?
Studies, no, because he studies the Orient.
I don't know if that's a joke.
Yeah, it sounds antiquated, but it's still modernly used in some academic circles. I know it sounds cringe, but yeah.
Yeah.
Does it refer merely to the study of like Eastern Hemisphere, or is it like is it like an affiliation, like being an Anglophile? Or
he specializes in the
Like you're a fan
intersection
of
of
the
Jewish and Islamic culture and history, and in Oriental and Sephardi Jewry, with special interest in the Jewish communities in North Africa. That's what his specialties were.
Okay.
That's like with Saeed and everything with Orientalism. You can't like that kind of thing. Like that's a text critiquing it, for example. But you can't then point to Saeed and say, "How dare you say Orientalism?" Like, for example, it's a term that's still used. Some are thinking like that's kind of.
Damn. Okay. Here in the Wikipedia it says Muhammad did this tribe of Jews a favor by making them being treated equally by a more powerful counterpart. Man, powerful counterpart, like another tribe in that city that was like more military advanced than them or whatever the fuck, or more rich than them. Apparently, Bani Qurayza were paying half the money they would. As a blood tax for killing someone of the Nadir tribe, but Nadir tribe would have to pay twice as much as the Nadir tribe did if they killed someone from Bani Qurayza. And then Prophet Muhammad gave them was I guess called upon as a judge between them and said they have to be treated fairly between the two, so they have to pay the same amount if they kill each other.
Is this on the Arabic Wikipedia?
No,
I'm
this is
assuming
not
that
in
it
English.
because...
No, it's on English.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say because I don't know, some of the English stuff doesn't
I would
really
struggle
English.
a lot trying to translate from Arabic to English about like ancient fucking like Islamic history. Especially when it has to do with quotes. They speak in like a different fucking, not just a different dialect. A dialect that I hate reading.
Even the Wikipedia is not written in like a, I guess,
Is it
easier
like
to
academic Arabic or something?
No, it's not. Well, look, Wikipedia would probably be written that way, but if they use quotes, they're gonna be using the Meccan. I think it's called Quraysh, the Quraysh accent, which barely anybody speaks today. It's like a Saudi accent or Saudi fucking dialect that barely anyone speaks anymore. Even though it is sought after, because that's like the dialect of the Prophet. Tensions quickly mounted between the Muslims. Now I'm reading about this. Fuck you, Lunar.
Yeah.
No,
Keep
not
people on
you.
top of things. Keep your
No.
mind fresh so we don't have to argue
I
about
don't
fucking
care
genocide
about-
for another year.
I don't care about Islamic history. Like it's like this is how it goes. The Muslim says the Jews did bad things. That's why we treated them that way. And the Jews say we didn't do anything bad. So that's why you treated us unjustly. That's literally the fucking Islamic history in Saudi Arabia between the Jews and Muslims.
But you just don't like Islamic shit because you don't have like the cool Shia stuff with the guy jumping
smack
into a
my
well and
chest.
becoming a ghost.
Whoa, we have a prophet that flew on a flying Pegasus horse. Okay, that's enough.
Yeah, but they've got that too. But they've got him, and they've all got the hidden imam who disappeared into a well.
Okay, well, guess what?
We have
Alice in Wonderland.
Hold on, we have Umar
They like
al-Khattab
pineapple
letting
on
Jews
pizza.
come back to Jerusalem. That's pretty cool.
What?
We have Umar al-Khattab. When he was a Khalif, he kicked the Jews out of Saudi Arabia, but he brought them back to Jerusalem.
What, did the Shias not have that?
No, they hated Umar al-Khattab. That's the whole split. That's the whole split.
Oh yeah,
between
he's
these.
is he from the Umayyad dynasty?
It's before that.
Or
Remember
before,
the split was right at Abu Bakr because they thought the nephew of the Prophet should be what's it called the Khalif, but the Sunnis, or they weren't called Sunnis at the time, the people on the other side were like saying no, Abu Bakr should be next because he's like the first companion of the Prophet who believed in Islam and whatnot, and like I think they said the Prophet appointed him. That's the belief.
Bro, I still remember getting a 24-hour timeout from your server for saying something bad about Muhammad or making a joke about him. To be fair, I definitely deserve
You would
that.
have you would have get it. Hold on, I'm surprised they didn't ban you for that.
I am too.
I was really tolerant.
So, Lonerbox, I've got a question for you, if you don't mind. It's kind of general.
Choose the baddies?
No, not quite that general. Actually, maybe it's more general than that. In political disagreements, what do you think are like easier to change people's minds on? Like differences in beliefs about the empirical facts, or differences in like values and philosophy?
Not gonna lie, I forgot I was live. There's 4 fucking people watching this. Just a black screen of me talking. You guys don't even fucking watch me play a video game. Fuck this. This community fucking sucks.
Like people decide how to evaluate the facts because of like other ideological. So like they have like a motivated reason for how they evaluate the facts, and so like without untangling some of that stuff, I think it might actually be harder to just like get the facts straight. But
I know, but that just like to me that. Because I don't really try to change the mind of the person I'm talking to. I just try to kind of like display correctness for the rest of the people watching. But that means that if I'm talking to an ideologically motivated person, then I'm in a position where it's very difficult for them to concede anything, even if it's factually completely against them. Whereas if they want to say something to me, I can just be kind of disarming and be like, well, yeah, I don't disagree with that because I'm not like ideologically bound to make any particular side look good, right?
Yeah, you are.
I mean the comparative thing makes sense. For like for anyone who isn't already ideologically captured, it's going to be like pretty clear that this person's rejecting this purely ideological.
Is that Vadim is not open to changing his mind?
Well, I mean, I think he's got like a personality disorder. I don't know if that rises to the level of political ideology. Yeah, I think.
Wait, was Vadim the one that was like trying to argue that the women weren't raped too? Was it the same person?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, he made that argument.
Yeah.
Why do we always have to do that? It's just why.
I'm so happy I took the chance to fucking
Believe all women, unless they're Israeli.
That was one of the few times Maruti let herself actually crash out there.
David, the first time I talked to you, I crashed out on you.
You
On
did.
like
You
October.
did. I loved it.
I just
October
remember.
2020.
Listen. All I gotta say, it took you 3
Then you
seconds.
apologized, so it was good.
It took you 3 seconds of talking to Maddie, and you crashed out. 3 fucking seconds. I counted them. You
Is that the Zionist?
Yes, you spoke to her 3
Okay.
seconds, and you
And
crashed
she's
out.
Now she's that opinionated girl now.
What'd you crash out about?
She is fucking insane. She would make anyone crash out. Like, I own when I go off the deep end and maybe shouldn't. That girl, she could drive a saint fucking insane.
Now I'm even more curious.
By the way, Luna,
Everything.
that shit is called off. I don't speak to her anymore. She's insane again.
Yeah, no shit. You never
That's
not
even more
insane.
reason to speak to her.
Go for it, David. She'll probably call you Mike because her ex-boyfriend's called David.
Oh yeah, is that why? I think that's why she hated me from the start, because I had the same name as her ex. As
yes.
She never was like. A
She hated you because you had the same name as her dead ex.
Jesus.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's dead?
Wait, how did he become
Oh
dead?
my
It was injury from Gaza.
I feel bad
How
for
do you
Roxas
think the second
quickly
David
becoming
was made?
unsavory.
She's still insane. Like, I get it, bad things happen, but bad things happen and she can still be insane. Both of those things can
Well,
be
no,
To be fair, I think she was insane before that happened. That's what it is.
She was.
That doesn't
I'm pretty
make
sure she was
somebody
pretty famous on TikTok at that. Wait, hold on. They met at an ADL event. She absolutely was insane before that.
Right?
Yeah, that's unhinged.
I met the love of my life at the ADL.
I don't know
I'm
about
not gonna lie, bro. Meeting a girl at the ADL sounds fire.
Yeah, good luck with all the cocaine they do there.
Watch for bullet when you leave.
Why are
I
people
need me
posting
off that ADL pussy.
Excuse me? I don't think we can speak like that anymore in this Discord.
Whoa.
You put the
As far as-
I hate you for making that shit.
When are we doing the religion arc?
Wait, how come I don't have my soundboards? I wanted to
Yeah,
use
because he disabled it. You can't use the other ones from other servers.
Yeah, bro, I need the Sundowner Holocaust one. I mean, concentration camp one. Fuck. Why is that on? Why is that one not on this server?
Probably
Because some people
were
use
using.
Yeah, people use soundboards that just like fucking.
Are like slurs.
Yeah.
Base?
Willy nilly, not good.
No, but I'm saying why didn't you guys add the Sundowner one? That's what needs to happen.
That used to be in
Nah.
here, but then I think somebody abused it too much. Wasn't it? Didn't it used to be on the list, or maybe it was someone else's?
I think you
I don't
probably
know.
use it from the server.
I think I
'Cause have it
accidentally
on
wait. I think I accidentally joined Loners Live with like an anti-Jew one. Like because like you can put one of these sounds as like your join sound into a channel.
Wait, Seb, did you not hear when I came in and I had the Ultra Instinct one, and then Marutsi moved me, and then I came back in and the Ultra Instinct played again?
I did not know.
Bro, Loner was about to have like a stroke. You could see like the fucking bulge in his old.
Oh
man,
no, I didn't have. Okay, no, I didn't
Wait,
have.
for what? Why was I having a stroke?
Why were you having a bulge?
My intro kept playing the Ultra Instinct intro because I was
Oh.
moved looking back.
Yeah, that was annoying.
Oh, that was you?
Wait, hold on.
I've seen that
Can't
clip so many
handle
times.
the Zoomer energy.
That was
No.
What
fucking with people.
what kind of like political philosophy do you think you'd read next?
What do
She
you mean?
has
What
him
is that?
clearly.
Insanely broad question. What the fuck?
She has.
Yeah, I guess
Just trying
I'm
to
thinking of
introduce
like
you.
thinking of like I don't know.
So
I guess I've been reading Michael Oakeshott recently, who's like a
I'm gonna fucking go. It's 2 a.m. Goodbye.